Thank you. So, why Springfield?
I get asked that a lot, and I choose to live here because Springfield is a place that I can enjoy the life I want.
I love the outdoors.
I can be on the lake in just a short drive.
It only takes me 10 minutes to get to work.
Or off to anywhere in the world.
I know my kids will be safe and well educated.
There are really good job opportunities after graduation.
I'm able to work remotely and create on a high level.
The healthcare options in this area are incredible.
The options for housing and cost of living are so affordable.
We have room to create.
I love to experience the excitement of sports.
Can't beat the food.
Or the drinks.
Why Springfield? Because all the pieces you need to create your own story are here. The only thing missing is you.
Hey everybody, welcome to the 2020 SGF Forum. My name is Ryan Civil and I'm the 2020 committee chair for the Network for Young Professionals. I'm one of your MCs today along with my good friend Jessica Olson.
Hello, everybody. As Ryan said, I am Jessica Olson. I'm the 2020 Vice Chair for the network, and we're so excited to have you here today with us. We want to welcome you to the second annual YP SGF Forum for the network, and we have a few housekeeping things to come along today. There are several of you that are joining here with our sponsors. We thank you for us joining in person today. And we also have several of you joining virtually, so we want to thank you for that. We're so excited for today. This is part of our story and what makes Springfield great for young professionals. So whether you're joining us in person or virtually, we just want to thank you. We know things look a little different this year, so we're going to go over a few housekeeping notes. As a reminder, we are following all the health department recommended guidelines, and we hope to welcome you in person in 2021. So for those of you that are in person, if you need anything today, please find one of the chamber staff or leadership council members that are in the awesome Springfield shirts. We also want you to share everything about what you're learning today, so please be sure to post on social media and use the hashtag SGForum20. That's for our friends joining virtually too. We'd love to see you engage with us as much as possible. We will have short transitions between each session where we will recognize our sponsors. You can find the agenda for today on the back of your name tag or on the website if you're joining virtually, and information on how to connect to the Wi-Fi. We are in compliance with our health department guidelines, and we ask that you, anytime you are sitting, are in your assigned seat, which is also located on your name tag. And lastly, if you need to take a phone call, check an email, or anything related, please feel free to step in the lobby to our changing station. Before we dive in, we want to take a minute to thank our sponsors. Without their support, the event would not be possible. Ryan, take it away.
Thanks, Jessica. Everything we do at the network is made possible by our sponsors, and so we want to make sure and recognize them today. Our presenting sponsor for the second annual SGF Forum is the City of Springfield, so let's give them a round of applause. Our after-party sponsor, whether in person or virtual today, is the Paul Mueller Company. Our gold sponsors for this event are BKD CPAs and Advisors, City Utilities, and Paragon Architecture. And our silver sponsor is SpringNet. Please join me in thanking all of our sponsors one more time. As with all of our network events and the folks who support us throughout the year, we have many additional sponsors that make this event possible. So let's recognize all of the businesses and leaders in Springfield who are invested in the success of young professionals.
Well, I don't know about you, but I'm ready to get this day started. First up in the program today is Jason Roberts, who is our opening session keynote. So before we hear from him, please join me in thanking our opening session sponsor, Old Missouri Bank. Jason Roberts is an urban planner, artist, and civic activist whose work has been dedicated to the orientation of healthy, vibrant, and substantial neighborhoods. In 2006, Jason formed the nonprofit organization Oak Cliff Transit Authority to revive the Dallas streetcar system, and later spearheaded the city's effort in garnering a $23 million grant from the federal government to help reintroduce a modern streetcar system to Dallas. In 2010, Jason organized a series of Better Block projects, taking blighted blocks with vacant properties in Dallas and converting them into temporary walkable districts with pop-up businesses, bike lanes, cafe seating, and landscaping. The project has become an open-sourced international movement occurring everywhere from Melbourne, Australia to Tehran, Iran, and has been featured in the New York Times, Washington Post, and Dwell magazine. Jason has received a Champions of Change award from the White House, showcased in the 2012 Venice Biennale, and was listed in Plantagen's top 100 most urbanists. So please help me welcome Jason Roberts.
Clicker. Hello all, how y'all doing? All right, it's good to be in Springfield. My work, I am an urban designer, urban planner. Started my work about 10 years ago, based in Dallas, Texas. The work really began looking at places like this. I remember seeing this image for the first time and thinking, man, I wish this was in my neighborhood. I was there, I'd go there every single day, I would have a cup of coffee down there, I want to live on top of it. I love how the landscaping spills outside the building. I love like the little windy streets. I asked friends and neighbors, like, what do you guys think about places like this? Like, yeah, man, we wish we had it in our neighborhood too. We put it on postcards. We'd have our kids like work here. We want, celebrate these kind of places. And I said, well, if we all collectively wish we had more places that look like this, then why do we keep building places that look like this? And that was the initial idea behind our work, was we build things all the time. And we can either build things that celebrate the places that we love and give us a chance to say, like, well, this is a great space to be in, or we can make us feel like a commodity, just a transactional, and we're just going to do away with this space, and we wouldn't care if it comes or goes tomorrow. Other inspiration for me was looking around the world and looking at places that were 1,000 years old and had been continuing to work, like places in Rome that had beautiful squares with fountains and markets and young people, old people. Going up to Holland and seeing grandparents riding bicycles with grandchildren on these little streets, and these places that felt like they had legacies that continued to go on and continue to work. And I saw these places and I said, man, I wish I could make these places in my own community. So I went back home and I thought, like, how do I get started? But the problem was I was not an urban planner or an architect. I was your IT guy. So I was basically the guy setting up the projector here. I was setting up the cabling and the wiring and taking viruses off your computers. I was not going to inspire major change within my neighborhood and how we can relook at the built environment. But I started going to City Hall and saying, I want to take part. I want to see if I can get involved. And so I went and I talked to a lot of folks and my city council members, and they said, oh, that's great. You want to show up. You can get involved. We have lots of plans that we've done in the past. We have the Forward Dallas plan. We have the Downtown Dallas 360 plan that we worked on for the whole metropolitan area. We had a bike plan we made in 2011 and nobody ever did anything with. You can look at that for a while. Or, if you really want to, you can take a look at this 2035 mobility plan. I thought, wow, Dallas will be great in 2035, right? I hope I can make it. So I realized it's going to take me quite a while if I go through these planning initiatives. A lot of these just kind of sat on shelves at City Hall. Is there something else I can do to get started right now in my own neighborhood? So to give you a backstory on my neighborhood, I live in a part of Dallas called Oak Cliff, which has historically been considered the bad part of town. And part of that is because there were some bad folks that were from my neighborhood. So first of all, Bonnie and Clyde are from my neighborhood. And Lee Harvey Oswald is from my neighborhood. And the first project I took on actually was an old theater that was in my neighborhood that had been empty for about 10 years. There was a fire at one point in time. It was symbolic, though, for the work I was going to continue doing after this, because this was ground zero for why we were thought of as the bad part of town. This is the Texas Theater. This is where Lee Harvey Oswald was captured after the assassination of JFK. The only reason it has a sign, or had the sign at the time, was because Oliver Stone built that sign for us as a prop for the movie JFK. There was a group trying to raise millions of dollars to fix up the theater, but they're like, nobody wants to come to the bad side of town. They don't want to give money to us. They want to just forget this part of our history. And I said, well, I want to get involved. I want to see if I can help. I don't have millions of dollars, but I have a few friends. And I was a musician at night as well, so I was involved with the arts community and came up with an idea. I said, why don't we bring 100 artists out, and we'll give them all canvases, and we'll have them paint inside of the theater. And then the next day, we'll open the theater up, and we'll turn it into this instant art gallery. So this is us inside the theater, and building these easels to put the artwork on. Minutes before we're about to open the doors, I started thinking this is going to be an abject failure. It's the middle of winter. We're in the bad side of town in a theater that's been closed for 10 years. But when we opened the doors, we had 700 people show up. And people came in and said, we've been waiting for somebody to open the doors and let us use this space again. And I thought, I'd been waiting as well. Are we all just recognizing that we have this shared problem and we just don't know where to get started? And that seemed to be the real case here. So in short order, I started going to the board meetings and say, look, I want to get more involved. I wanted to join the board, and within 3 months, I became the president of the Texas Theater. So I tell people, be careful when you say you want to help, because people will throw the keys at you. But the nice thing was, it got me understanding kind of the problems that existed in the area, and realizing that all cities face kind of the same problems, and all places face the same problems. Like, we can fix any problem we want. The problem is it's just money and scale. It's a big problem, and we need lots of money. And what do you do when you don't have a lot of money and you have a large problem? So there's a great quote from a guy I've been inspired by named Jaime Lerner out of Curitiba, Brazil. He said, what you do is you have to manage the equation of co-responsibility. So you bring a lot of people in the mix. You give them a lot of small pieces to help work on together. So you fix it as a community. So what I did in this space was, first of all, we didn't have a screen. So I went online, I started asking friends, does anyone know where I can find an old movie screen? Somebody actually happened to have one in their backyard. So I hung a screen up, found an old projector, and we didn't have a sound system from the beginning, so we found pianos on Craigslist for free. And we started showing silent films and had the neighbors play the piano to the silent films so we could actually use the theater again. And after we exhausted the Charlie Chaplin catalog, we had enough money to save up for a sound system. All right. So now the theater is working. It's actually vibrant. It's been a major success in our neighborhood. While this was going on, I started looking at other issues I could start tackling in my community. I started pulling up old maps of my neighborhood. This is a map from 1929. I found it in the old library, and it is of our historic trolley car system. So when I looked at the neighborhood, I looked at these bold black lines, I noticed we had all these interesting commercial corridors nestled along the stops of these old trolley lines. And then the neighborhood was the homes were all kind of behind these. So when we took out that streetcar, I realized that it actually did a lot of damage to us. Because first of all, like the Texas Theater, I had 650 seats, but I only had 35 parking spaces. This was not made for everybody to have their own car to go to the movie. This was made for us to use the streetcar system. So I started attending a lot of community meetings. We're talking about ways things we could do to get people to move back to the neighborhood, to buy houses, to start businesses. Everybody had their own ideas. Everybody would say, we need a Chipotle. If we get a Chipotle, everyone's going to move back to the neighborhood. And I thought, well, I've got this idea. Why don't we bring back that streetcar system? And people said, well, that's crazy. The streetcar's been gone for half a century, and I knew very little about streetcars. But because I was an IT guy, I knew how to make websites. So I went home that night, I made a fake website called the Oak Cliff Transit Authority. It looked really official. It had boards and news and history, and I had European trams on the front. And then next week, our newspaper came out and did a story saying, dreaming of the days the streetcars return. That's what Jason Roberts and other members of the recently formed Oak Cliff Transit Authority are hoping. But there were no other members, it was just me. But I had people call me in my neighborhood and say, we got a streetcar authority? This is great. I want to get involved. And I said, well, not really, but I'm advocating to bring it back. And if you're willing, I would love the help to see what we can do to bring this back to life. And the interesting thing is I had some great people call me in my neighborhood. I had a guy that's a civil engineer who said, I'm willing to donate 100 hours pro bono to a feasibility study for the streetcar. Then I had another guy who was like 80 years old who apparently was very famous around the country for being a notable individual for understanding the history of the streetcar system, so much so that he had enough parts in his garage to build a trolley car. So I had these random, interesting kind of island of misfit toys kind of community in that I was gathering now, and I realized we can actually work to see if we can bring this back. So while I'm working on that, I thought this is going to take, easily 15, 20 years. So what are other things I can work on? And so when I started looking at other infrastructure projects I could take on, I started thinking back about when I was in Holland and Europe and seeing like the bicycling networks. But the thing is, when we saw bicycling, we talked about bicycling, or I saw in Europe, what I saw was like girls in dresses and guys in suits, wearing their work clothes, going to the grocery store, going to the post office. It was different than what we experienced or what I saw talked about in my neighborhood. So in Dallas, that's not how we rode bicycles. The only way we ever talked about, and the only way we knew how to bicycle was to start wearing spandex, start doping, and going 200 miles, right? So I was looking for that, what's that in between, right? Because this is not really the direction I think that we should go if we're using this as a true utility in our neighborhood. And so I decided to get with neighbors and residents and friends and said, let me create another group just like the Oak Cliff Transit Authority. We'll call it Bike-Friendly Oak Cliff. We'll celebrate the idea of everyone taking their old heavy Schwinn's out of the garage and just riding to the grocery store together, the post office. I started going to City Hall, and I said, I've got this great idea. I'm going to take all of our streets in the neighborhood. Let's cut them in half and put these great bike lanes everywhere. And I said, I found out if you're the guy who says that at City Hall, you're going to have a lot of people that look like this that come out and say, no, you're not going to do that. So I realized, okay, it's going to be tricky for me to get this guy on a bicycle, so I'm going to have to come up with another plan, right? So I thought, well, why don't we just have fun? Let's be irreverent with this. Let's be playful. We'll go out, let's do just some history rides around the neighborhood, because we had some interesting history throughout the city of Dallas. Not much in Oak Cliff. We didn't have a ton of stuff to celebrate. So I said, well, why don't we just follow the trail of Lee Harvey Oswald? It's the one thing we got, right? And so I said, everybody meet us, and we'll meet at the grassy knoll, because that's where you're going to meet for a ride of following the trail of Lee Harvey Oswald. I thought if we're lucky, we're going to have 10, 15 people show up to this ride. But what happened when I arrived was there were 150 people there. And what you don't see is me at the front of this line looking terrified, because first of all, I did not own a bicycle when we started Bike-Friendly Oak Cliff. I just liked the idea of having a bike culture. But beyond that, I started thinking, I am not the leader of a movement. I am an IT consultant. I should not be leading 100 people to the bad, quote-unquote, bad side of town. But I realized if you're passionate about something, you have everything it takes to become a leader. And people are waiting for someone to stand up to say, look, this is an issue. This is a problem that we're facing here. This is not working. Whatever we're doing now is not working. We need to try new ideas. We need to put new things into play. And so in short order, I had a lot of people get behind me and say, we're willing to help back you up if you're going to go push for this initiative. And so I had to learn how to take this group we had organized and put them into use to help actually improve the city. And the first project I took on was looking at my kids' school. So the interesting thing at my kids' school was no kids were riding bicycles. There was no bike racks even at the school. So I installed a bike rack and did a program where I created this little card and said, look, if the kids ride bikes to school for 1 week, this was in April, I'll punch your card every day that you ride. At the end of the week, we'll all go out and we'll get root beer floats together. I found out we went from having 0 kids riding bicycles on Monday to 100 kids by Friday. And all I did was create a punch card, right? So the interesting thing was I realized there was these small things you could do to actually create that culture and get people excited about that idea. The interesting thing now is, as we're not really the bike part of town, we just kind of kept telling people we were, and the interesting thing is now everybody who moves to my neighborhood, they feel like they have to buy a bicycle. They're like, I think I'm supposed to do this, I don't know why, and there are bike racks everywhere. So it's become a bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy. So I tell people you can often just kind of say this narrative and say this over and over again, and people eventually will be like, I guess we're supposed to be a bike community. As I started studying places and seeing what made places work and what places didn't work and trying to understanding what were the differences in these spaces, one of the facts that was pretty startling that came out that I learned from studies that were happening were that if you live in the wrong zip code, it can shorten your life by up to 30 years. So I was trying to get my head around, well, what is that? Why do some places feel alive? Why are they thriving? Why do people get involved and roll up their sleeves and and love these places? And why do other places start to atrophy and feel unloved and start losing their life? So the first project I took on was I had an old block in my neighborhood of buildings. This may look like some of the buildings you guys have, these great, beautiful old buildings, right? And many of these were empty. And I was trying to figure out why they weren't working and what we could do to rapidly bring them back online. So I studied the area, realized it was an old streetcar stop from the 1920s. We had changed those streets to one-way, high-speed streets because in the 60s and 70s, people started moving out to the suburbs. So we were trying to facilitate that movement, right? Getting people out of the inner city, getting them out to the suburbs. We thinned the sidewalks. We took the streetcar out. So since we took the streetcar out, we didn't have parking because everybody now needed a car to get to these places, right? And so we changed the zoning because you can no longer have a coffee shop in this space because there's not enough places for people to park at that point. So we can put in something like an H&R Block or something like that. And then we created all these laws and rules that either made it illegal or cost prohibitive to bring this place back to life. So you don't have to read all this, but just know we had rules that said if you want flowers on the sidewalk, it's going to be $1,000 in permitting. If you want shade awnings over each window, $1,000 per window. And some of those businesses had 4 or 5 windows on the front. So, and then we had street cafes. If you wanted cafe seating, it was going to be $1,000 times area, times market rate, times 85%, times 12%. I have no idea what that number is. All I know is it's really expensive if you're trying to open a small coffee shop, right? And then we had rules that said it was illegal to put merchandise on the sidewalk. So all that cool stuff you see when you travel in other cities, like clothes stands outside or bicycles outside of the bike shop, that was illegal. And then if you really want to kill your street life, we had a law that said it was illegal for crowds to gather on the sidewalk. And all those rules were from 1941. So I started asking people at the city, I'm like, well, why did we create all these rules? And they're like, we don't know, we made them for some reason, so they're obviously there and they're needed. And so I looked at that block and said, well, obviously it's illegal or cost prohibitive for us to do anything to bring this back to life. So what would happen if we took a weekend and we broke every law we possibly could? So that's what we did. We painted our own bike lanes. We added our own cafe seating. We brought out historical lights to reline the buildings. We put murals on the buildings. We took the empty buildings and put the businesses we always wanted. Bookstores, coffee shops, flower shops. We took those old car garages and turned them to art spaces for our kids. And then we printed off all the laws and rules. We're breaking, put them in the windows, invited our city staff and our mayor, said, come out to our better block. And we thought, man, we're all going to go to jail. And the city staff came out, mayor came out, and like, I don't know if we're supposed to be here, right? They looked around, they said, this is working so much better. There's hundreds of neighbors and residents that are out. Everyone loves the space. They love being here. Businesses are working. We should have more of these things, not less. And so we started seeing the city start fighting for the work that we were doing. We need to have more places coming back online, more small businesses, more neighborhood destinations. And so this project was just a weekend. We just temporarily built it up. But afterwards, we started fighting to change some policies to make some of these things stick. So first of all, we said the zoning was changed to light industrial in the 1950s, 60s. So we wanted to go back to retail. We got that unanimously approved. And so after that, this was just less than 6 months after the project, but weeks after that got approved, all those empty spaces on the bottom got leased up, all by local businesses in the area. So people said, that's great. But you did it when it was nice outside, right? It was springtime, but Dallas, it gets hot. 3-4 months out of the year, it can be close to 100 degrees. And I realized that a lot of people blame weather on why you can't have nice places. And the interesting thing is that the Danish actually have a saying. They say there's no such thing as bad weather, just bad clothing. But the point being is there are places where it's really cold, like in Stockholm, in Copenhagen. They still have a robust outdoor life. And what they do is they change the environment to make it feel warmer. They bring in heaters. They bring in tables with blankets and hot chocolate and mulled wines. And then we had other places where it rains a lot, like Portland. But they figured out a way to make it an inviting place when it's outside, when it's rainy. And then in hot environments, I found New Orleans is hot, Austin's hot, Seville, Spain is hot. People still go outside. So it's really just how we design these spaces, and we can make them more comfortable for people to want to linger in, regardless of the weather. So the first block I took on to challenge that theory, or test that theory, was a block in my neighborhood. This was at the end of August. It was 100 degrees outside. Same issues as the first one. I had a lot of empty buildings, wide streets, sidewalks on one side, no sidewalks on the other side. There's a pole with nothing on it. Just this gray ugliness, right? So I looked at this space and said, how do we cool this down, and how can we get more people into the area? And so what we did was we brought out 42 trees to create shade. 100 bushes to create pedestrian islands so people would feel safe crossing the street and it would slow cars down and beautify the area. We took the empty buildings and businesses that we wanted. We took old pallets from the trash. We made decks so people could sit outside. We painted our own crosswalks. You're not supposed to do that. We added tables under the trees, and people would just linger forever. And then we put bikes on that pole that was empty, because remember, we were the bike part of town. That's what we said. And so the interesting thing is people came out, and they would not leave. So yeah, it was 100 degrees outside, but under those shade trees, it's 85 degrees. And with a lemonade, that's great, right? And so this is a picture from the block and what it looked like. And the interesting thing is I tell people about, if you look at this picture, it looks like it's a rendering. The interesting thing is we'd had so many architects and consultants come in and give us renderings of the possibilities of our neighborhood that never got built. Again, they were all those plans I talked about earlier that got folded up and put on a shelf at City Hall and never built. And so the beauty of this work was we took the time and energy it takes to draw pictures and we just built it. And we made the place that people want to be in. And I found out people actually make their decisions based on their emotions, not on data. So I could tell them all the data points on why this place should work if I bring in more trees or if I change the width of the road. The thing is, if someone doesn't know these things and they don't really trust that or they're unsure about that, they're going to think the data sources are suspicious. So I realized it was more important for me to actually just mock up the space, have it exist in real time, watch how people engage with it, watch how cars go in and out of the space, because again, people are going to say, it's Carmageddon, it'll be the end of the world if you do all this stuff, but it wasn't. It really worked well. And people then could have a feeling, an emotion. And if that feeling and emotion was tied to something positive like joy, love, a love of place, it was a lot easier to get people buying into the idea of making these things permanent. Other things that we learned, too, from this work was the city of Dallas had this motto called Think Big. And the frustration on Think Big was we're going to do these moonshot projects. We're going to go in, we're going to spend $150 million, and we're going to try to bring in an Italian architect, and hopefully he's going to make a bridge that looks like a fish skeleton that you see all over the country, and that's going to make 100 little things happen all over our community. The reality was we turned that on its head, and we created a motto called Think Small. And the idea was, let's go right to the 100 little things, because we can do that as a community. We have the resources to pull that off. We can bring in the cafe seating. We can bring in the string lights. We can paint the murals ourselves. We can make the crosswalks. And we can also find inexpensive things at the hardware store to transform the way people think about a space and look at a space. So first of all, I found out white duct tape looks just like the thermoplastic paint that cities use to paint stripes on the ground. I found out trash cans from the dollar store are $5, $6, $7. I can clad them and make them look like planters. I can take old scraps off our city buses, these giant advertisements, and I can turn those into crosswalks. And then I go to the city and say, this one intersection, it's too wide, too fast. We actually want to have a cafe environment around it. Nobody wants to sit beside it when it's fast and wide and cars are flying through and it's loud. We want to crunch it down, make it small, put lots of small little businesses around the edge. And the city said, that's going to take us millions of dollars and years to figure that out. And we'll say, don't worry about it. We'll take care of it on Saturday. And that was kind of the genesis of the Better Block work. It was this idea of we can gather the community, we can bring these resources together, and we can make these things happen in rapid order. People often ask me, like, how did you end up breaking all those laws and rules in broad daylight? I said, I found you can break any rule you want as long as you wear an orange vest. All right, so our work started taking off shortly after that. People started calling me all over and saying, hey, we want to do a better block in our own neighborhood. And again, I was an IT guy, and I didn't have time to work on other people's projects, so I open sourced the idea, and it started spreading pretty quickly. But in short order, the John S. and James L. Knight Foundation gave us a grant to help us develop the nonprofit entity that would help kind of support other better blocks or help provide resources and guides for things that we were learning, because everybody was starting to do these all over. And we needed to gather data fast. So the process that we ran in, that we stumbled across, that we've used to this day, and we use in every project, is pretty much the same. Basically, what we'll do is we'll go to a place. This is in Akron, Ohio. This is one of the first projects we did with Knight Foundation. And you'll see probably similar issues to what you guys face in Springfield. So, a lot of streets maybe that were overbuilt. There's some gaps in the teeth, some empty spaces, empty buildings, ground floors. Akron actually was suffering depopulation. So that was because, if you think about Detroit is where all the cars were made, where all the tires were made in Akron. So when that industry left, it majorly dropped the populations in these areas. So they were left with kind of this infrastructure that they couldn't maintain. So We knew there were people still living in these places, though. So we walk around with the community, and we start identifying the empty buildings. And who are the business owners? And start saying, okay, what are the businesses we always wanted to have in the neighborhood? What does people want here? And we start kind of making these maps and saying, okay, this building is empty here. It's owned by Joe, and Judy over here wants to start an art gallery. So let's see if we can prepare that for her. And then there's Tim over here wants to do a coffee shop. Maybe we can get that set up over here, and we'll meet the business owner. As a community, we'll help kind of empty out the space, paint it, clean it, get it prepped and ready. We'll talk to the landlords and say, look, we'll make this a open house, and we'll take out, because they're going to be worried about liability. So we took out an insurance policy and made them additional insureds, and we'll go in and then we'll take the excess street roadway that's too wide now at this point, and we'll add in great bike infrastructure as well and other things. And so then we start working with the city's official crews, kind of the public works department. We fill up this official equipment with kids' finger paint. And then we take neighborhood children in the area, and we take white duct tape, and we edge those bike lanes that we're putting in. And within 2-3 hours, we can have the infrastructure that they've seen in places like New York and Portland that Akron never believed would ever happen in their communities. We can go in and create mid-lake crossings. Again, we're using the scraps from old city buses. We can take these empty buildings that have been empty again for a decade with these wide streets. We just took some paint and some old tires, and we made beautiful plazas, beautiful spaces for people to want to linger in. We took an empty lot, the gaps between the teeth, kind of, they call it, in these Main Street areas. And this has been empty again for decades. We took just some soil, some volunteers, and some hay bales, and we made a beautiful public plaza for people to gather into. Again, this is just white duct tape and finger paint that we used to make this intersection more inviting, to make it safer for pedestrians, to slow cars down, and make it a place that people would want to linger in the first place. And then we've taken environments, so we've gone all the way from hot to very cold. We went up to Duluth last year. And we took the cold area in there downtown, an old corner lot, and we started building out the space to make it into like a welcoming center. And we built these kiosks for small business owners. We brought out fire pits because it was cold, right? So we showed how people could linger outside even when it's cold. Brought out a hot chocolate food truck, made beer garden tables, and it became a place that people wanted to linger in. In our own neighborhood, this was a grove of pecan trees. The guy who owned the lot asked me, like, what would you do with this? I was like, I would love to make this into a space that we can gather as a community. Found some old shipping containers, turned them into put holes into them so I can make doors, and just turned one into a bar, one into a food service, and put, again, tables and put string lights up, and people would flock to this area. We just show outdoor movies in our neighborhood. This was in West Allis, outside of Milwaukee. We took an area, again, that they said we want play areas for our kids, and we found just a bunch of old scraps, like old tree branches and things like that, and mulched the area, and we made it a passive play area for kids in the neighborhood. There was a drainage ditch in Richardson, Texas, that was behind their industrial buildings, and they were asking us how they can spur economic development in the area, and they weren't even thinking about this drainage ditch. They were looking at the front of the street and all these things, and like, look, we should really embrace the waterway. People love to be around water. If you go to old European cities, you'll see they really built the cities around the waterways. Here, we actually turn our backs to them pretty regularly. So we just showed how you can actually face them again. And we made a bunch of bridges and trails on the back end so people could actually now embrace this area. And now the city just won an international award for this project. This was last year. And you're seeing the whole city think about now, instead of facing the street, turning around and facing this waterway. So it's a dramatic shift in people's mindsets on the possibilities in these spaces. This was also last year. This is in Toronto. Another space where we showed, let's make an area for bus lanes, better bike lanes as well, and make it colorful and vibrant. And this is also in Milwaukee, another intersection. This was in Palo Alto, California. We were asked, this is a neighborhood, and at the end of this neighborhood street was this industrial area where these trucks kept rolling back and forth through. And they said, the community said, we want this to actually feel like an inviting place. We want it to feel like comfortable and like that it's supportive of the neighborhood and not like it's just kind of rushing through in and out. So we made a beautiful gateway. The sea is behind this space as well, so we kind of mimicked the waves of the ocean as well. More recently, we've been brought into areas to look at crime. This is a project we did in the city of Dallas where the Department of Justice brought us out and said, they said, we got the highest violent crimes in the city of Dallas are happening on this block. We're having 7, 8 murders a year happen here. So the sad thing was, too, there was schools right across the street from here. And children were walking through this area, and people were dealing drugs in the area, and there were a bunch of liquor stores. And they asked us, what would you guys do to make this area safer and feel better for the community? So we took this area, and we turned it into a plaza for the community as well. We brought in shipping containers. We turned those into a small pop-up kiosks. We created a stage, brought in tables and chairs, made swings for the community, put string lights up, upgraded the furniture in the area, and again, put welcome signs everywhere. That project was a 12-month project. It's wrapping up this month, but we have seen a reduction in crime on the block. The rest of the city has seen an increase in crime. This block, the police have said there's been no crimes happening. So it's been amazing to see just the redesigning the space alone has had a dramatic effect on the way people feel about the place. And the kids feel safe going into the area. We've had all kinds of like food services brought in to help the homeless. We've had campaigns for helping people get COVID testing and everything else there. So it's been really, really amazing for the community. And then we've also, we created this nonprofit. So what we do is we publish a lot of our ideas. We put them online. So you can go online right now. You can download our recipes for our green bike lanes or for the plazas that we've created. So you can make them yourself. But one of the other issues we faced whenever we were looking at places was, again, this is a large problem when you're dealing with a block, a city block. How are we going to infill a city block to fix it? So I started looking at different technologies to figure out, can we bring technology into the mix, go back to the IT world that I started in, and started really getting interested in the idea of using digital fabrication. And what was exciting about digital fabrication, you guys might think of 3D printing. There's also laser cutting, CNC routers. Basically, it's almost like these robotic devices that are going out and either additively or subtractively cutting out these spaces or building up these things for you. And this is the future of manufacturing. So it's pretty fascinating because right now, you get something made overseas, it sits in a warehouse, it goes on a boat, sits in another warehouse, and it comes to you. The digital fabrication model means you just bring some of the raw resources into your space, and then this unit will kind of assemble them for you, and then you can build things on site. So it's cutting out a lot of these other steps. So it's kind of bringing that fabrication back to the States again. So we really got into the idea of CNC routers, and these are basically, imagine printers for wood. You put a sheet of plywood on it, it has this basically like a robotic arm almost that goes in and cuts out these shapes. And you can access these anywhere. I guarantee you there's probably 10 within a 3-mile radius of us right now. You can see them in maker spaces and fab labs and things like that as well. So I had seen people in Europe making houses with this stuff. And it's basically just imagine like one of those 3D puzzles you see. They are assembling these puzzle pieces together and making cool things. So we created a library that we called our WikiBlock library. Open source, it's free. You guys can go on the website now, download any of these designs, and that allow you to make public space furniture right now. So this is just some of the tables and chairs we have up there that you guys can download. Most everything you see there is just a single sheet of plywood. But basically what it looks like, you go online, you download the file. The file looks like this. Got all these shapes, right? And you have the computer run it, you put the sheet of plywood on, it starts cutting out these shapes. You can go off, have a cup of coffee, come back in 45 minutes, and you'll have a cafe set, 2 chairs and a table. No glue, screws, or nails, all friction fit put together because it's precise, because it's a computer, right? And then I can upload this file, and I can go to any city and make cafe sets. And I can do that in 45 minutes. So imagine if I can do that in 45 minutes, what I can do to a city block in a week with a community. And so we've designed a lot of things now online that you guys can download and start going in and retrofitting your spaces. We've got bus stops you can download. We've got bike racks you can download. We've got fruit and vegetable stands you can make, which this will come up in a minute because those have been very helpful for a lot of our restaurants as we turn them into bodegas once the pandemic hit. We've got greenhouses you can download. We've got bleachers so you can make baseball fields or outdoor theater productions. This is in Aberdeen, South Dakota. We turned parking lot into a putt-putt golf course. You can download those. These are some of our benches. We worked with a group called Project for Public Spaces out of New York, and we designed a set of benches for them to download in their projects. This is a band shell one of our designers helped design. This is a parklet, and you guys have some parklets kind of downtown right now that have been built. And it's so similar kind of idea. We really just kind of showed how you can digitally fabricate the whole thing. And then just for fun, we started getting crazy and doing lots of fun things. We made geodesic domes and things like that. So it just shows you the possibility of technologies. We actually have what we call our Better Block in a Box that we'll ship around. It's full of all this furniture that that cities will rent, and they'll unfold it, and the community can put these together and make plazas immediately. So this is an example under an underpass in the city of Dallas, showing how you can make it a vibrant place that people would want to gather and linger in. So the pandemic hit, and we were left in kind of a tough spot, because the Better Block was kind of all about having people gather, right? And at this point now we're looking at like, well, what do we do in this situation? We can't have people gather right now. The interesting thing is the technology that we were using to transform spaces could also be used to help other things as well. So the first thing we got involved with, this is within 48 hours after kind of the call for all the shutdowns were occurring and the quarantining, and said, well, we're noticing the hospitals don't have face shields. They're running out of these PPE devices. So looked at our equipment behind us and like, I think we can make face shields ourselves. We found some guys in Europe that were making them with 3D printers, but 3D printing is actually a slow process. And for one face shield, it's going to take you about 3 hours to make. But we found some plans online for some guys that were trying to do it with a CNC router. We took their plans and we modified them and made it easier for us to work with. And we realized that we can make a face shield in about 7.5 seconds. So we turned around and we got a grant from the United Way, and we started making these face shields. And we started providing the face shields for all of our major hospitals. So in Dallas, it's Parkland Hospital, Baylor, Methodist Hospital. Those fruit and vegetable stands that we made for communities, for pop-up markets, well, we started giving those to restaurants so they can turn their restaurants into bodegas and grocery stores. We started making the parklets like you guys have here. We'd made them in other cities before, and we just really thought this is a chance for us. The city of Dallas was trying to figure out the policy on it, like let's just build one, and so they can experience it and see the possibilities with it. And right now, actually, we've got a social impact LLC we've made that's making these series of brackets so you guys can rapidly make these parklets or make rooftop desks for shipping containers and things like that. So this is an organization that we built in order to start making products from the things that we're learning to help fund and support the nonprofit. And then we started creating all these open streets programs so people can go in, and we first worked with Kansas City on this, and then we started deploying this in the city of Dallas, and we actually have worked in Ireland on this project as well, where we basically give stencils and other things for a community to go take their neighborhood street and put road closure signs up that limit pass-through traffic, so neighbors and residents can get in and trash trucks can get in, but we don't want just anybody using this as a shortcut through the neighborhood. And so now neighbors and residents can have more open spaces to go and play and enjoy this space right now, because we're looking for spaces to be in right now. Oh, let's see. Oops, that was this. I'm sorry. And then more recently, we've started deploying a series of these hand sanitizer stations around the community. Again, these are just digital fabricated files that we've downloaded, we've uploaded online. The nice thing is, though, too, with this work, is we can go to our local high schools, work with the kids in the neighborhood, and show them how they can take these files and download them and modify them. It's open source, so because of that, they can make them better. They can see the things that we did wrong, or ways that they can improve upon them, or make them fit more custom to their own communities. And so we have these initiatives now with the schools where we're teaching them to use this equipment, and they can go start, again, repairing their own schools and their own city blocks. This is in Florida, us working with kids and showing them how they can bring benches back to their parks that were missing. Now that Better Block that I started back in 2010 in April started getting a lot of attention. A lot of people started reaching out and saying, we want to do this. And again, I was an IT guy at the time. I didn't have time to work on Better Blocks into the community. So again, open sourced it, put it on the web so anybody could do this. And in short order, it started going all over the place. So, and then all over the country. And then within a year later, it started going around the world. It went all the way from Melbourne, Australia to Tehran, Iran. And when I tell people, the people in Tehran, Iran called me and asked me about breaking laws, I was like, I don't know about breaking laws in Tehran, Iran. I think your stakes may be a little higher than ours. All right, I'll go back to the trolley car, the streetcar story, because people ask, like, well, what happened there? So this is part of the small group I had gathered to help us do the streetcar project. And this is us in Portland. we met with officials in Portland who brought their streetcars back. And they said it took us 15 years to bring this back. It was a struggle. A lot of people didn't understand it. They say, why would you do this? And they had to do a lot of advocacy campaigns, and they had to kind of show why this would be beneficial to return. And a lot of it was because they didn't want to erode anymore the downtown environment, because the only way you can fit cars into the space was to tear down historic buildings. And then you're going to make these surface lots, and all you're going to do is kill the goose that laid the golden egg. You're going to make the place that people don't want to go to in the first place, because we're just trying to accommodate this use for somebody into the space. And so the struggle there for us was like, if we can bring the streetcar back, maybe this would help save our old buildings as well. And so we're meeting with those officials, and then we go back home in Dallas, and we start looking for grants that we can apply for. And we found a grant that came out in 2008. This was right during the height of the recession. And there was a grant called the Tiger Grant, and it was built to basically stimulate the economy and to get jobs happening, get things happening. It was looking for shovel-ready projects. And so we didn't really have a shovel-ready project. We kind of said we had a shovel-ready project. But we talked to the city, and we said, hey, we want to apply for this grant. It's called the Tiger Grant. And they laughed at us, and they said, okay, Oak Cliff Transit Authority, apply for all the grants you want. We had 0.3% chance of getting any money whatsoever. But what happened was we applied, and we won. We won millions of dollars. And instead of taking us 15 years to bring back our streetcar, we brought it back in 5. And all I did was make a website. So I tell people now, if you look at what's happened and you come into our neighborhood and just look at this spine of this streetcar line, you know, it's not cheap. It's $300 million, something all total, once you have everything added up. We have billions of dollars of development now happening adjacent to the line now. We've never had cranes in our neighborhood for 30, 40 years, and there are cranes all over. These are some of the developments. There's some that are in the works. If you go there now, I mean, there were empty brownfields that are now full of apartments, mixed-use developments. Things are now happening in our community because of this. So it's changed the landscape for the next 100 years. And so after that, I started thinking like, well, man, if we can bring the streetcar back and we're getting our blocks working again, you know, what else can we work on? So got together with some of my friends and we made a restaurant. So if you guys come to Dallas, please come to Oddfellows. You'll help put my kids through college. It'll be great. People saying like, you know, when they come out and help us with our projects, I started getting a lot of attention for the work. I got to go lecture at Harvard. We're in the New York Times. Got to have dinner with the First Lady. We were in the Venice Biennale, which is like the Oscars for architects. I decided to run for U.S. Congress because I had a free April. Thought like, you know, really what could stop us, right? We had all these great things happening. But the one thing that completely stopped me in my tracks was in 2012, I was diagnosed with stage 3 cancer. And everything stopped. And at that point, I remember thinking, okay, well, what was all this for? Like, I'm not going to get to see my kids grow up. I'm not going to get to, you know, take part in these great blocks we've helped bring back to life. I'm not going to ride my trolley car. And when I was at my sickest, loaded up with chemotherapy and barely move, and I know there's many people probably in this room that have been through this and know what this is like. The neighbors that I gathered together to help me do these better blocks and build better blocks and fix these communities started coming over and saying, let me fill up your refrigerator with food. Let me take your daughter to go to the mall, to go shopping. Let me take your son to go fishing. And when I was at my very worst, they started saying, well, why don't we do Build a Better Jason campaign to fix you? And I tell people what I got out of all of this work wasn't streetcars and it wasn't great blocks and those things. What I got was a neighborhood. And that's why we're doing all of the work we're doing. That's why everyone I think is here right now. That's why everyone does the work that they're doing. We all kind of want the same things. We want a place that we can help build up together, that we can grow and thrive, and our kids can do well, that we feel safe. And then we can look back as we get older and say, look at this great thing that we built together, that we're proud of, and that we're going to hand off as a legacy to our community. So I challenge everybody here to remember this, that we're all in this together. We have a lot of broken things out there, but collectively, when we start banding together, it's amazing the things we can start fixing in rapid order. And before I forget, in 2014, I was diagnosed as being cancer-free, so I'm going to be just fine. And with that, that's it. Thank you.
Jason, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for inspiring us that anyone can lead if they have a passion to make Springfield a better place. I'd also like to thank the city of Springfield for sponsoring this event, in which we brought in the guy that said break all the rules. So we'll work through the details of that later. And finally, thank you again to longtime network sponsor Old Missouri Bank, who is our opening keynote sponsor. So let's give one more round of applause for our sponsors and for Jason. For those of you who are following along at home, thank you for joining in the conversation via Twitter. I'm loving seeing all the home office setups and the different ways that you're watching us. Make sure and keep the conversation going. Our second session of the day and our first mini session is called There's No Place Like SGF. And I'm really excited about this one because I know why I'm in Springfield and I know why many of you are in Springfield is because we all have this belief that we can build the life we dream of right here in Springfield. And so we're going to spend the next few minutes meeting with a number of YPs who are doing just that. First off, we're going to kick things off with Brandy Harris, our reigning Captain Springfield, with the Boys and Girls Clubs of Springfield.
Ryan, can I get that clicker? Thank you. Just
You want this?
hi. So happy to be in front of people. Okay. People ask me all the time why I decided to stay in Springfield, that town that puts tree nuts on its chicken, large fish shops and restaurants on every corner, with painted horses on the back of a movie theater, high school rivalries and mask mandates, with high poverty and unemployment rates. Why didn't you take that job in Atlanta or Kansas City? Don't you know that the mountains in Denver are really pretty? You could work for a different Boys and Girls Club and make a lot more money. Are you sure the Ozarks is for you, honey? On August 5th, 1986, the world stood still. A baby was born. She moved all around the country, year after year, would try to make a friend and then would have to disappear. She had to teach herself how to read. She lived in survival mode. She was a failure. Everyone agreed. People in and out of her life every single day, abuse, neglect. She could never get away or just be a kid and play. But then one day, she ended up here in Springfield, Missouri. 13 different schools before moving here in '99, became a Reed Beaver, the most awkward mascot of all time. It was the first time a teacher asked her how she felt. It was the first time someone truly saw her. It was the first time she was given the opportunity to set and accomplish goals. It was the first time that she started to feel whole, no longer broken and sad. People made sure she didn't go hungry and that she had clothes and running water. People laughed at her jokes and she was treated like someone's daughter. People coached her and supported her, made sure she didn't feel abused, neglected, poor, and dejected. Coach Gordon cheered her on as she played basketball. Miss Bruner said hello every time she was in the hall. Miss Frederick made her a teacher's aide. Miss Hostler counseled her and told her that she was made for something bigger than herself. Dr. Leaf made her smile. Mr. Bruton coached her on how to go the extra mile. Coach Fielding taught her how to be a team player. And Mr. Hudson said, you know, Brandy, one day you could be mayor. Her guard started to come down. She frowned a lot less. She developed leadership skills and learned the difference between no and yes. She was the first in her family to attend college. She was a panther and then a bear. She believed she could do anything and go anywhere, and out of all the places in all the world, she decided to live and stay in Springfield, Missouri. People ask me all the time why I decided to stay in Springfield. Why do I stay in Springfield? Because it is a town that puts treat on its chicken. It is a town that when someone references a fork in the road, they actually mean a fork in the road. It is a town that ends up on a lot of lists, some great, some not. How many nonprofits does it have? A lot. It's a town that comes together to help people. A town on March 19th, when I asked for help, they provided masks, money, and food for people who needed it. You see, this place is more than just a city. It is a heartbeat that helps keep people alive. A town that values sustainability and altruism, a town that is slowly but surely reaching its potential. A town with poverty, but hope. A town with prejudice, but potential. A town with racism and hate, but a love that is stronger than the mountains we moved to build it. Why do I stay in Springfield? Because people always say things like, well, I wish Springfield had this, or I wish Springfield had that, or I wish they changed this, or I wish they changed that. These things do not happen on their own. It takes people who work and people who are ready to work. It takes passion, resilience, and a desire to make sure that everyone in this entire community feels safe, valued, and important. To ensure that the lines between North and South start to disappear, that we have open hearts and listening ears, that we have the potential to open the door, and that we are the ones we've been waiting for. Why do I stay in Springfield? Because there are 25,000 kids in this community who need an adult who's over the moon for them. There are 2,500 kids who walk through the Boys and Girls Club Blue Doors every single day that need a safe space to learn, grow, and to just be a kid. You see, this place is more than just a city. It is a heartbeat that helps keep people alive. Why do I stay in Springfield? Because it is a town with a stellar cost of living that helps feed people in need on Thanksgiving, a town with churches galore and 34 Walmarts, a town that values small business, health, and the arts. It's a town that will deliver you drinks and grub, and it is home to the best place on earth, the Boys and Girls Club. Why do I stay in Springfield? Because this town and the people in it built me. Equipped me with what I needed to become who I am today, and literally saved my life. You see, this place is more than just a city. It is a heartbeat that helps keep people alive, and for as long as I am capable, I will pour my heart back into the very city that helped remind me that I am not my circumstance or my experience, that I am not destined to become a statistic that I read about in books, and that I have the potential to make the world a little bit better than when I entered it. Why do I stay in Springfield? Why not? Thank you.
It's hard to beat that, right? Like, thanks, Brandy. Thank you for all you do for all the kids in Springfield and for Springfield as a whole. Next up, we have the incredibly talented Sean Monday.
What spring? I'm just How's everybody doing out there? Good, yeah. Folks at home, hello. You could not hear the thunderous applause. Oh, look at that guy. There's a monitor down here. All right, this got real good. You could not hear the thunderous applause, folks at home, but I assure you it was there, as I'm very important and very famous. So just you can clap at home if you want. They've got room for applause on here on this script too. All right. I don't have a script. There's nothing on these note cards either. They're a prop. I'm like Carrot Top in that way, if you guys. I'm actually a musician though. So, you know, just as funny. What do you guys think of my jacket also? Let's get that out of the way. There we go. Come on, stop. Hello, my name is Sean Monday. Let's get this going. 5 minutes on the clock, starting now. Here we go. Let's get it going. Let's see. I was born at a very young age, right? Okay. Just checking. Then some stuff happened. I grew up, and I moved to Boston, Massachusetts. Anybody familiar with Boston, Massachusetts? Anybody from there? No? We got a couple? Okay. It's on a map. Check it out. Google. A lot of good sports teams there. So I went there. I went there for school, really just to live. And I went there a couple years before school, college, to study music. Lived, worked, played, did all that stuff, loved, lost, life. And after I graduated from school, I got a job in the music education and technology field, which is what my degree was in, which was great. So I got to play music all the time. I got to work in the studios. I got to travel. I was teaching as well. But what that all amounted to was about 14 to 16-hour work days, about 6 days a week on average, right? Which is fine. I'm doing what I like, but it's a lot of work. And one day I was late January, I remember. I was traipsing through that disgusting late January New England snow on my way to a gig, right? That kind of snow, it's about up here at that time, so it gets into your shoes and your socks, and you just have to deal with it for that quarter mile you have between the subway or the bus stop and your job. And I was thinking to myself, is this the best I can be doing? What is my ROI on all of this? Not just the money, which is important, but what am I getting back for my investment of my time, right? 14 to 16 hours a day, 6 days a week. What am I getting back? The money part is a big incentive, and it's very obvious. If you're not familiar with the disparity in terms of how far money goes between a New England area, Boston, New York, versus here, at that time, it kind of goes like this. You can get a very nice, let's say, studio apartment / closet, right, for a certain amount. That same amount, you can come here and get 3-bed, 2-bath, full kitchen, yard. Come on. So the writing was on the wall as far as, you know, that aspect of it. But I needed a couple more things, right? I needed a good airport because I still wanted to travel. Check. So that's awesome. And then I needed the reason, the thing that is the reason why I stayed, which I think is much more important than why I left, which I think is super obvious. It's the things like we have right here today. I get to travel all across the country, and I get to work with a lot of different people in a lot of different kind of arrangements, and I experience a lot of different areas, different towns, and how they operate, and it's really cool, and it's a lot of fun. I get to learn a lot. One of the things that struck me when I moved here, a couple years after I moved here, is that there is something unique to this area that a lot of other areas that might be comparable can't really touch. And that is, there is an undercurrent of very talented, very enthusiastic, very energized people doing things, creating, collaborating, desiring to make their community and the world as a whole a better place. And it's one thing to say that, but they mean it. And it's one thing to mean it, but it's another thing to have the tools and the ability and the talent to back it up. And that's what I found here. One of the things that I was struck by, especially these last couple years, is events like this, organizations like the network, places like the E-Factory, that there are similar groups and entities in other towns. They are there. But you want more than just there, right? Places like the network, places like the E-Factory, the things that the chamber are doing, the things that some of our government locally are doing, they're more than just there, they care. And that's what you want if you are trying to grow a business, if you're trying to operate a startup, if you're trying to do more for yourself and for your community, if you're trying to grow in those same ways. That's what you want, and that's what I found here. You guys agree? No? Yeah? Whatever. I'm having a great time. So that's why I chose to be here, and I'm very happy and thankful and very appreciative of so many of you guys and your efforts. A lot of people, I won't say a lot, I'll say my circle of friends. I remember when I said, guys, I'm done with this. The snow and the traffic and the people and the honking and all this stuff. I'm all set on that. I am out of here. I said, where are you going? You going to L.A., man? I said, no. Are you going to, I don't know where else there is. New York? You going to New York for good, man? I said, no, I'm going to Missouri. Where's that? It's right in the middle of the country there. Oh, like St. Louis. Yeah. No, I don't want to go to St. Louis. It's a couple hours south of that. What's a couple hours south of St. Louis? A little town called Springfield. Oh, like The Simpsons. I said, yeah, like The Simpsons, yeah. And they thought it was crazy and say, hey, good luck. But I bet on myself, and it paid off, right? Those people that said that, they're not doing music anymore. They had to abandon those dreams and those goals because it wasn't sustainable how they were doing it. I bet on myself, and it paid off. A couple years ago, I pretty much quit everything else I was doing and went into business for myself. People said, that's crazy. You can't quit all your jobs and just do your thing. That's not wise. This is, yeah, I'll be fine. I bet on myself, and it paid off. So what I am asking you guys to do is to bet on yourselves for the betterment of this community, really for the betterment of this world. Bet on yourselves. Bet on Springfield, Missouri. Thank you.
Thanks, Sean. It's pretty easy to get behind a community that cares so much and bet on that. Next up, we've got Zach Troutman with Follow the Leader.
I'll need it. She said you don't need it. Good afternoon. Before I get started, I just want to send some love back home to South Florida to my sister and my beautiful niece who just had brain surgery and is in a coma, but we got some positive signs this morning. So, honesty, Uncle Zach loves you. So I'm supposed to be talking about, how I'm living my dream in Springfield. Obviously, I just told you guys I'm from Florida, so how much of a dream could I be living not being in Florida? As I was thinking about what I was going to share with you guys, I honestly thought about the nightmare that, kind of fueled my passion and kind of woke my spirit up. to realize what God can do through me. March 18th, 2015, I got a call that forever changed my life. My best friend, Adam Hall, had died by suicide. And it's just one of those things that, it's one of those things that you see on social media, and you feel bad and you send positive vibes and prayers, but it's just one of those things that's just never happened to me. I spent a long time, a couple years, extremely depressed, unattached, unmotivated, just sad, angry, confused. I just was an unintentional soul just roaming the earth, and those things combined don't make you a good person or leader. And I remember sitting there. I was actually watching my kids play and just kind of figuring out, what am I gonna do? I can't live like this. And just sitting there watching my kids, I was praying, and God made it very clear that going back to South Florida was not in the plans. And at that point, I have a lot of great people around me, spent a lot of time in prayer, just trying to figure out how I can, plant my seeds here and make an impact. And God made it clear that you're not going back home to impact the community that raised you. You need to impact the community that's raising your two sons. And that's how Follow the Leader was started. And, our mission is to support people who are struggling, return to their personal best, and just recognize their value. My dream is to create spaces where men and young people can come and talk about their mental health and talk about the things that they struggle with and the things that are difficult. My grandma raised me to be the type of leader that starts leading in the home first and then your community. So I knew it was very important for me to raise my sons and show them what vulnerability looked like, transparency, and teaching them that as young boys, it's okay to say you don't know something, you need help, you're frustrated. And so trying to navigate that within my own self, but also my two sons, and it was just one of those things that just came together organically. I've met a lot of people being open and transparent myself. I've met a lot of great people here in Springfield that have helped push my mission out and got me in front of some of the very people that I feel God's put me here to help. I just encourage any of you young professionals, anyone out there, your dreams, there's nothing too small. I see Springfield being a more diverse community, and something deeper than the color of our skin, our life experiences, how we think, how we process. I think this is going to be a beautiful place. I'm very excited to raise my boys here. I'll leave you guys with this. You wake up every day, and you have a choice to go live your dream, or you can go live the dream that someone else wants for you. Don't look back and regret that, because time is something we don't get back. And so I just want to encourage you all to wake up and figure it out. And I tell a lot of people, man, if you focus on impact and not income, eventually the income will come. And so together, I think we can make this community a better place. If there's anything that I could do, we can get connected and get started. So thank you all for your time.
Zach, thanks so much. Springfield is a better place because you and your family are here. Next up, we have Meg Wagler, a visual artist and activist. Come on out, Meg.
Hi, am I on? I am. Hi, everybody. So I'm Meg Wagler, and I'm here to talk to you a little bit about an organization I started called Mid by Midwest. So it obviously has a namesake that probably sounds familiar. I'm sure you see where I'm going with it, but indulge me while I talk a little bit about where we are and where I think we can get. So a quick background on me. I came here in 2007. I'm from St. Louis. Came down to art school, started my career here as a designer art director, bounced around from a few different companies and agencies, and ultimately decided agency life wasn't for me. So I wanted to stretch my legs as an independent artist and have been doing that since. So in making that career transition, I started to notice a few holes in our art ecosystem, and I thought I could fill them. So I started digging around and dove into the public sector a little bit, did some conversational art, and ultimately decided I had some clarity on how to move forward. So I went ahead and established this organization, Mid by Midwest, with the focus being as an arts and culture organization, focus on the culture. So if we are focused on that, then we'll be diversifying Springfield's culture, our talent, and our veneer. So where that's important is that we're not just bringing in art for the sake of bringing in art, right? That is important, aesthetics do matter, but we really need to address the infrastructure, right? The diversity behind our talent pool and why it is what it is now and how we can sort of make strides to move forward in the future. So if we focus on that, we start to wrap our public arts into the conversation of what we're talking about with the Forward SGF initiative, right? When we hear talks about placemaking and pride of place and feeling excited about where you live, right? Some of that we know wraps in to the arts, right? So one of the things that Mid by Midwest really wants to focus on is how we can create accessibility to that art. So when you have galleries that are showcasing art, that's a really wonderful thing, but sometimes that prevents folks from coming in, right? Whether that be for financial reasons or cultural reasons, they may not feel comfortable, they may not feel dressed well. And so what's so special about public art is that you're able to remove those boundaries and truly wrap the arts into that conversation of diversity and inclusivity as we move forward as a city. So it's a pretty lofty goal, right? So over time, we have a pretty big goal of starting a residency program here focused on public arts. But to get there, you kind of have to show some proof in the pudding that Springfield is here and ready to really prove some value and put value on the arts. And so I have a plan. So before we get there, our year one focus is on hosting Springfield's first mural festival here in downtown Springfield. So we'll talk a little bit about that, if I can. Got it. Okay, so we're set to host our first festival. We were gonna do it this year, but COVID struck, and we wanted to take public safety really seriously for our community and also for our artists, so we pushed it to next year. So we're set to host our first festival in September of 2021. We're really excited. We went ahead and we've already curated 8 artists, and so that's a mix of local, regional, and national talent. And by doing that and diversifying the pool, we can really get a really broad range of styles, a range of cultural backgrounds, and artistic endeavors. So we're excited about that, and I'll show you a slide here in a second of some of the artists' work. So at the festival, we will have some live music, which will be a really exciting way to showcase local and regional artists as well. We'll open up a call for vendors, for arts, tech, and culture-related vendors. We're gonna throw a pretty killer after party to showcase the nightlife that Springfield has to offer. And we're also gonna have some micro events to showcase some other local artists and crafters and what they bring to the table. And in addition to making this a really exciting new experience for Springfield residents, for the community and surrounding areas, really what this does is to tie back to the long-term goal as it starts to really thread the needle through some of those holes that we had noticed, right? So how can we not just bring art here? How can we do it in a way that involves the community, that makes people proud and excited and engaged in doing it, right? So At the end of the festival, we'll have 8 new super big pieces up in downtown Springfield, right? So we're transforming our space. We're doing it in a really exciting way. Folks will get to watch them live, paint, see the process, and then get to keep these really wonderful pieces of art from some really phenomenal artists. And they feel like they're part of that process instead of one guy or gal saying, I think this art is great and I think it should go on this building, right? So it really wraps in that community involvement aspect and starts to really make sure we're focused on that community growth and diversity growth. So this is the lineup for year 1 that we're pretty excited about. So we just got little snippets. We're providing our artists a prompt of positivity and community, and so each artist will create a piece that relates to that in their own way. So we're excited to bring all these artists here to Springfield, kind of make sure that we're bolstering our local artists, but also giving a taste of Springfield to the outside artists, right? So we can start to connect to those ecosystems as well. So how can you dive into the momentum? So we are, like I said, really focused on making sure that this is a community endeavor and that it's not an isolated funnel of curation, right? So to make sure that the community feels involved, we wanted to do a community funding event. So we're kicking off a Kickstarter in March of next year where we can, if you're interested in chipping in there, there's a really exciting way to get involved. You can, if you're a planner, you can join a committee and help us really build an awesome event, right, on the ground floor. So we have a few committees that you can reach out to. You can sign up to the newsletter, make sure that you are up to date on everything that we've got going on. If you're interested in becoming a sponsor for our event, you can do that as well. And of course, you can attend the festival. So if you have any questions, you can reach out and we'll hope to see you there.
Thanks, Meg. It wouldn't be 2020 if we didn't have one of our panelists via Zoom. So last, but certainly not least, joining us virtually is Krista Purrier from the Geek Foundation.
Hello, everyone. I couldn't appear in person this time, but I gotta say what a dream it is to be here and sharing my dream with this event today. I'm really excited to be a part of this forum. So I am Krista. I'm the president and co-founder of the Geek Foundation. We are a local nonprofit whose mission is to offer education for the tech industry. So whether that is computer programming, IT, robotics, different areas like that, we teach tech education courses. So growing up, I grew up here in Springfield. I was born and raised here, and I was a young girl who was what you traditionally call a geek. So I loved comic books and video games, and I was a huge science nerd and a mathlete and all of the things that make you a geek. But I grew up in the 80s, so I did not have role models, who would tell me, maybe you should go into STEM fields, because of the things that I was interested in. So throughout high school, I actually wound up taking through Spanish 5 and thought I would become an international interpreter, but it just never quite stuck with me, and I just couldn't figure out exactly what I wanted to do. So actually in 2009, I had dated a guy who was a computer programmer. And I remember him, doing his work sometimes and looking at the computer programming languages he was doing, and it just made sense to me. I've kind of always equated learning a computer programming language to something like learning a foreign language. So it just made sense to me. And I remember from there, I set out on a mission to try to figure out, how do I become a computer programmer? I knew a lot of people in the field, and tried to do a lot of research to figure out, how to get into the field and what the best way to go about it was. And, unfortunately for me, from my experience, I kept getting hit with a lot of what you would hear as, a gatekeeper mentality. It was too hard, or if you hadn't been doing it your whole life, or, yada, 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 and so on and so on. And I just kept thinking, that doesn't sound right. It didn't sound right to me that I should have to be a tinkerer, my whole life, or have been, interested in it my whole life. So I started studying the industry a lot and seeing that there was jobs available for computer programmers, for IT people, whether that was web development or engineers or software developers or whatever, across the entire globe. There was just consistently jobs hiring for it all of the time. So in 2011 and 2012, I watched organizations like Girls Who Code and Women Who Code pop up. And I was so motivated by what they were doing and had spent this entire time like studying the tech industry and realizing locally, we actually have a really large tech industry here. So, I started setting out with a mission to change the question from how do I get involved to would you hire on people who don't have a traditional four-year degree if they could prove themselves, that they could do the work. And the dynamic shifted a lot, and it was pretty incredible to watch people say, yes, actually, if they could pass our technical interviews, we would be happy to take them on, and to we would take them without a traditional four-year degree. So that shifted the conversation into, what I started equating computer programming and IT as, being sort of like skilled trades, and during that time, a lot of boot camps started popping up online, to learn full stack web development or front end web development or cloud computing and things, but they were still charging, upwards of $15,000, and they would do deferred tuition, but as soon as you got your first job, then you were paying back, all that money. And I kept thinking, I've always had motivation to do nonprofit work as well, and to try to help people and to give people a means of, trying to get out of poverty. But I kept thinking, how can you get out of poverty if you can't afford to get out of poverty? So I started asking around, would the tech industry here be supportive of a school that could teach educational courses, and get people into these high-paying jobs? And everybody was very responsive and was very supportive of it. And one night, while talking to, a fellow worker here, he mentioned that I should meet a coworker of his because he thought she would support my mission and would do great with me. And he introduced me to my co-founder, Miranda Progrance, who works for Mostly Serious. She is a director of engineering. And when we met up the first night, she told me about her experience was that she had gone through college and was the only girl in her senior class until her senior class, actually. So we immediately hit it off, and within the week had started the Geek Foundation, and that was 5 years ago now. So for the last 4 years, we've been doing children's programming through, resources like the libraries and the Boys and Girls Clubs. And, we absolutely loved, getting to do the work that we were doing in the community, but had always wanted to move into adult education as well. And specifically, our mission is to try to increase diversity in the tech industry because, for IT, for example, only 7% of IT A+ certification holders are women. And, in 1995, 37% of computer scientists were women, but that's decreased to 24% now. And that's not even including, the diversity of, people of color and other underrepresented populations in the tech industry. So we kind of set out on the mission to be able to offer classes for free so that everyone would have an opportunity. And this past year, we applied for our first grant, and we did it in partnership with the Drew Lewis Foundation here at the Fairbanks, where we were housed, and with Pitt Technology Group. And we won our first grant to be able to put on 2 classes for our first classes for IT certification and for web development. And we had incredible turnout. We've actually been so blessed with what has happened. Our web development class was all women and 1 guy, and our IT class has been half women and half male, and our classes are getting ready to graduate for the first time next Tuesday, actually. So it's been an incredible year, and then through that, we were able to partnered with the Missouri Job Center just a couple months ago, and they were partnered with us to start 2 more classes that just started a couple weeks ago. So we've been able to enroll a lot more people through the O'Reilly Center for Hope and through the Fairbanks here by partnering with nonprofits. So we partner with nonprofits like the Drew Lewis Foundation, like Single Moms Rock, like Minorities in Business, and others to try to recruit our students so that we can make sure that we're trying to give everyone an equal opportunity for accessible education. And these jobs are just so high value because, and so valuable because they're so high paying. A great example I love to give is a guy who he put his salary on Twitter, and he's retired and is younger than me, and had started off at 50,000 as a computer programmer, as a web developer, and then taught himself different languages over 10 years and became a cloud computer and got a job working for Amazon Web Services, AWS, and retired making $500,000 a year. So I tell people often that the tech industry is valuable because it's not only workforce development, it's not only economic development because the jobs are high paying and oftentimes allow for remote work as well, but they're also personal development because they give you the opportunity to continue to learn and grow and make more money and be more valuable and just continuously learn forever. So the tech industry here is incredible because we don't really think that we have a tech industry because we have companies like O'Reilly Automotive, which we don't think of as tech, and Jack Henry, and all those, and Expedia, Bass Pro. But most of these companies have very large tech departments and they just can't hire on enough people fast enough. So the Geek Foundation exists to try to give people the education that they need so that they can go into these jobs within the tech industry. As every company essentially is a tech company at this point. And while, tech is already here, that's our future as well. And things will continue to shift, and change, and we'll have more technologies developing. But if we can help people get into these careers, we can, change the shape of our future. So thank you for having me here today.
Krista, thanks so much, and thanks to all of our sponsors for being awesome Springfieldians, for inspiring us, because we all know that we can make the life we want right here in Springfield. Let's give one more round of applause for our panelists. I'd like to ask my co-host here, Jessica, to come back out on stage and introduce our next session. But while she does that, those of you here in person and many of our sponsors have previously had delivered some awesome swag bags with a lot of great goodies to take home and spread around our community. Those swag bags are sponsored by 2 great sponsors, Inner Circle Vodka Bar and Strategic Financial Concepts. So let's give them a round of applause. And as we get ready for our next session, I'd like to direct your attention right back to the screen.
And thank you again to our sponsors. You are making this already amazing day possible. We are so excited for our next mini session, SGF, A Place for You and Me. As we continue to learn as a community how to become more inclusive and diverse, we wanted to have some of our fellow YP share some of their stories about why they're doing what they're doing to ensure that all young professionals have a seat at the table and know how to be part of the solution to create a more inclusive Springfield. To moderate this discussion, we have our fellow Leadership Council member, Daniel Oganyemi, with Burrell Behavioral Health. So please join me in welcoming Daniel to the stage, and I'll hand it over to him.
Good afternoon. What the? So typically when people say good afternoon, you say it back. So let's try again. Good afternoon. That's more better. Can we stand up real quick? We've been sitting for a while. It's freezing in here. Let's kind of shake it off. All right, so if you can hear me clap once, if you can hear me clap twice, you can clap once, hear me clap twice. Can you stretch a little bit? Stretch. You guys awake? Don't fall asleep on our session. I'll be mad. Thank you all so much for being here. In case you haven't noticed, I've tried to start buying my pants longer, but I really want you to see my socks, so I can't wait to sit down. Anyway, thanks, Jessica, and thank you all for being here. I want to bring out our guests. Brittany Ballou, Krista Moss, and KJ Relke will join me on stage. Give them a round of applause. How are you all?
Good.
Good? All right, well, I just want to get started by asking you who you are, what you do professionally, and go.
Okay, my name is Brittany Ballou. I'm a Springfield native. I was born and raised here. I'm the co-owner at Culture Flock and also the creative director. Culture Flock, in case some of you don't know, it's a gift shop located in the Galloway district. We design and produce our own apparel and accessories, as well as we carry about 50 plus brands aside from our own. And in a normal year, we hold community workshops and events.
Hi, I'm Krista Moss. I moved to Springfield with my husband, Maurice, and our now 3-year-old son 3 years ago. So at the time, he was just 4 months old. I'm an attorney. I work at the United States Attorney's Office here in Springfield, Missouri. I do civil defense litigation, so I have the honor and privilege of representing the United States and any kind of civil actions that come against them in this district.
Hello, everyone. My name is KJ Relke. I am the Worship and Creative Director for Schweitzer United Methodist Church here in town, which means that I do all of the Sunday stuff for our modern services and a lot of the online stuff as well. I've lived here for 5.5 years. I'm originally from Dallas, Texas, and originally from Daegu, South Korea.
Yeah, thank you all. And we'll start with you for this next question, KJ. What is your favorite thing to do here in Springfield?
Can you ask that again? Sorry.
Yes, I said, what is your favorite thing to do in Springfield?
My favorite thing to do in Springfield is eat food.
Cashew chicken?
No, no, sorry. I've really loved all of the Korean flavors that I've been able to experience. That's really popped up in the past couple years. And I really enjoy the microbrewery, so eat and drink. That's what I like to do.
Okay, Krista?
Okay, so this is a really hard question. We really enjoy all the outdoor activities, the access to the outdoors. We love to hike, we love to run. There are beautiful trails here, and you can go within driving distance of anywhere to see mountains and lakes and water. But I have to add that I love the professional networks that are here. We've only been here for 3 years, but we have made some really incredible friends and a really amazing professional community, and that is very unlike any place that we have ever lived. So I really think that that is one of my favorite things about Springfield.
I think probably my most favorite thing about Springfield is the creative community that we've found. Just through Culture Flock, it's allowed us to meet so many different artists and so many different people in the community doing really creative things.
Yeah, and I appreciate the point that all of you made up, but I want to hone in on what Krista said, talking about kind of the network of friends and community that are around here. I think that's helped probably a lot of us be here on this stage and start getting acclimated. But I want to talk a little bit about diversity and inclusion, as that's obviously been a big push for Springfield, Missouri, and especially in 2020. So I'll start with you, Krista. How is your story making Springfield a more diverse and inclusive place?
Yeah, that's a really difficult question. I feel like I thought about this question for a long time because we've obviously not been here very long. And so I really think that, when my husband and I moved here, we got involved very quickly, and we had a lot of opportunity to just share our experience and our story from all the different places that we have lived before moving to Springfield. But really, I think when our story started to actually matter is, I'm sure some of you guys have heard either my husband or I share this in another forum, on another panel, but when we first moved here, we'd been here about 2 months. My son at the time was about 5 months old. My parents were visiting Springfield with us for the very first time, and we were visiting Cider Days on Walnut Street. And as we were leaving the festival in the middle of downtown, we were walking down the street, and a group of young white males rolled down the window at us and said the N-word. And it was just very shocking for being in a new city. Haven't been there very long. We knew that the diversity demographics were very low, but we'd had such a great welcoming experience prior to that. And so I think at that point, I really recognized that the community that I had moved to was going to be a very different place than anywhere that I had lived before. And I took that as a motivating factor to really get involved, to not be afraid to share my story, to not be afraid to be involved in different community initiatives, to be very bold in sharing my perspective with other people. And so I think that part of our story is not only the experiences that we've had here since moving to Springfield, but realizing that for my son, a young black boy, to experience at 5 months old someone calling him a slur on the side of the street by a group of kids that don't even know anything about the family that he belongs to, that I did not want that to be a community that he grew up in. And so if I wanted to see that change, I knew I had to be involved, and I knew I had to share my story. And so for us, I think our story has brought inclusivity and diversity, more awareness, just because I'm not afraid to talk about what I think is important if I want to see change happen.
Yeah, same question, KJ.
Yeah, so I was pretty terrified when I saw that this question was going to be asked to me, because my living here has been pretty unique. I didn't start thinking of myself as Asian American until 6 months ago, or maybe 8 months ago. So it's been a weird time for me, and just kind of going back through my own memory. But I think really my first entrance into diversity and inclusion in Springfield has been as a member of the disabled community, because that is one of the identities that I hold first in my heart. And so just even like little things about like whether or not a place has hands-free paper towel dispensers or things like that are really, really simple ways. And anytime I see that, I'm really so deeply appreciative of that. And so anytime I'm not, I'm like, oh, this is a real bummer. But I think for me, being, I guess going through the process of self-racializing, if you will, because I'm adopted transnationally, so raised by white parents. Hi, Mom. Has been interesting because I've learned, I think, I've gone through just a unique process of being like, okay, so here's the white perspective of living in America, which I hold dear to me, and now realize that this being the first time that I'm away from my parents, people infer things about my parents through me, whatever. So anyway, so it's just been interesting, and so I think I have just gone on that process of, oh, now I finally know enough about who I am to start to answer that question. So nothing is my answer, but I'm getting there is my fuller answer.
Thanks, KJ. Brittany?
I run Culture Flock with my business partner, Summer Troutier, and we are an LGBTQ women-owned business. Two of the things that matter the most to us is visibility and inclusiveness. It's incredibly personal to us. We want Culture Flock to be a place where everyone belongs no matter what your gender, no matter your sexual orientation or your race. We work very hard to be vocal about that. A lot of the brands that we carry, we focus those on being mostly minority-owned brands and women-owned brands. About 80% of the things we carry in our store fall in that category. When I was growing up as a gay kid in Springfield, I really believed that in order to be successful and to be authentically myself, that I would need to live somewhere else, somewhere like a bigger city with more diversity. Never in my wildest dreams would I have ever imagined that I would get to be myself, who I am now, and be doing what I'm doing in Springfield. So if I grew up feeling like that, I feel like there's got to be other kids that feel the same way. It would likely have changed my perspective and probably given me a greater idea of what's possible if a place like Culture Flock would have existed whenever I was growing up. But our hope is that through Culture Flock that we can provide not only like a safe place for people, but a place to inspire and give that confidence back to them. We want people to know and feel that they belong, and not only that they belong, but that their dreams can come true here, that they don't have to leave to make those come true.
Yeah, thank you all. One thing that I like talking to people about is when you have people that you consider diverse, right, in your organization, in your friend group, not expecting them to be the professionals, right? They're not in diversity and inclusion. They're not to stop expecting them to always want to share their story, always want to talk about the hot button issues. And so with that preface, I want to ask our panelists, what is your why? What motivates you to continue going, to continue telling your story, to continue doing the things that matter to you? And we can start here with you, Brittany.
I think what I just spoke about wanting to be that example for other kids that are out there today, and to show that Springfield is an inclusive place and can be a diverse place, that we've had a lot of really great support from the community, and that's been super encouraging. So just to continue that I think that's the most important thing to us.
KJ?
My why, I think for me, is representation. So I've had the unique privilege of being a content creator for a church, and I was just talking with someone who I met who is local here, and I realized that none of my mentors and none of my deeply, like whether it was spiritual or whatever, the people who gave me the worldview for my religion, none of them were Asian American, and so I didn't even realize that representation mattered to me until a few years ago. I was watching an episode of Kim's Convenience, and I was like, oh my gosh, look, I've seen this experience before. I've been through this before. And I used to get, emotional at like Lilo and Stitch, just generally family things as an adoptee. But here, the unique thing about living in Springfield, where there aren't as many people who look like me, is I suddenly realized how deeply important representation is and why that is such a fight. And so for me, just being able to tell more diverse stories and more diverse backgrounds and understand nuances, even within what we generally think of as diversity and inclusion or whatever, that is something that is really motivating to me, is to tell people stories, especially people who are in the Midwest or just find themselves in communities where there aren't as many people who look like them.
Krista?
Yeah, I think Brittany and KJ have really hit the nail on the head. I don't know that there's much more I can add, but really the same for me is representation. Growing up, I didn't have any teachers that looks like me. I didn't see professionals in the community that looks like me. Honestly, it wasn't even till about a couple years ago that I even saw super powerful, ambitious, successful Black female attorneys. And so for me, living in Springfield and having the opportunity to share my story is so important, because I want my children and I want their friends to really be able to see that you can be successful. And no matter what you look like, you can see someone, what they're doing, and be inspired to do it because they look like you. You know, you can always be inspired by people who are doing amazing things, but there's something special and significant about looking at someone that looks like you and identifying yourself as that person and then having this motivation and drive to do it. So for me, it's just being able to be someone that I know I wish I had seen growing up.
Yeah, representation definitely matters. So from you all's perspectives, what are two things that this Springfield 417 land does really well when it relates to diversity and inclusion? And then what are two things, practically speaking, that maybe we should look at not doing anymore? Start, Krista.
Oh gosh, you're putting me in the hot seat and the hard question. Okay, two things that I think that Springfield does really well that I've noticed since I moved here. There's a very passion in this community to see change happen. And I see a lot of organizations being very intentional about what they're doing to promote change. I see a lot of community initiatives. I see just a lot of conversations. And so I think that is really good and that needs to keep happening. I think another thing that we do really well, or that we should keep doing, is recruiting our college students. We have a ton of transient people that are in and out because of their experience with the multiple educational facilities that we have here. And I see a lot of effort, especially at MSU and by President Cliff Smart, the things that he's doing to keep not only his staff culturally diverse, but also to invite students of a diverse background to come here, to stay here. I think those two things are very important that we do, and we need to keep doing them. Two things that we should stop doing. I don't know if this is going to be a popular answer, but I think that we have to recognize that the past is the past, and we can't change the past. So we need to stop being apologetic about the past and start working on using what we have learned from the past to shape our future. We can't change what people did 10, 15, 20, 200 years ago, but we can learn from the mistakes they made, the atrocities that they committed, and be motivated and ambitious to do better, to stand on the shoulders of those who have worked really, really hard to change this community. I don't know if you guys have had the opportunity to watch the Millie Project. If you haven't, it is a phenomenal production by local Springfield artists, and it really gives you an insight into what our community used to be like, where there were thriving minority communities, and now we live in a community where it's a wonder where those generational building blocks went to. And it's because of things like discrimination and racism and prejudice and bias. But even though someone like myself could look at that and be very discouraged, instead, I sit here, having been here for 3 years, looking at the things that I see this community doing, and knowing that we have to keep working to just keep pushing forward and quit just sulking in our shame and our guilt and apologizing for it, but then not doing anything to make our community better. So I'm going to stop there, but that's one thing we've got to stop doing.
Okay. Brittany, KJ, whichever you want to go.
Krista, that was an excellent answer. I would say two things that we need to continue doing are continuing to include women and minorities in important conversations. It does seem like there is, especially in the last couple of years, been a big effort. I mean, even like events like this, sitting here talking about diversity and inclusion, it's super important, and we need to keep doing that. Second, I would say listening to one another. which I feel like that's one of the most important things we can do, especially when we have differences or someone else's experience is different than ours. I think to continue to listen to one another is very important. Things that maybe we need to stop doing, stop being afraid of people that are different than us. I think that kind of speaks for itself. And then stop being afraid of things like diversity training. I think those are really important. I think getting people with differences, teaching them how to work together is only going to make our community stronger.
I don't know that I have two things for each thing, and just kind of on an individual personal experience point. 5 Pound Apparel recently put out a call for models just on their Instagram, and my wife and I were like, ooh, let's do it. And I got accepted, which there is no way in the world. I'm not symmetrical enough to be like a good model. And that's more than just my hands, it's like everything about me. So, but I loved that I got to be a part of that. And that was such a way that I felt honored, I felt seen, I felt included, I felt loved by this brand that is hyper local. And I loved that. So do more of that and keep doing that. That's great. One thing that maybe we could stop doing or refrain from doing is, I know that there is a lot of pressure, or at least for me, it feels like there's a lot of pressure for brands, for companies, for individuals. Anytime there's a thing, you're like, well, I want to be one of the good ones. I want to be one of the right ones. I just want to make sure that people know that I'm okay. I'm doing my best. I'm trying to push the needle forward in whatever cause, social issue you want to do. Personally, I don't really care if you post about that. I would much rather see small, incremental, meaningful change over an extended period of time, like churches. If you have a prayer session for racial equality, that's great. I would love to be part of the 4th one. I don't necessarily want to be a part of the 1st one, but being a part of the 10th one, or the 15th talk, like that, to see that things continue and that you don't make a big deal about it, but quietly and earnestly, without looking for praise and appeal, continue to do good things. I don't care that you're loud about it. Just be honest, be ever pushing forward, like Krista said.
Yeah. And we're going to wrap up with this last, it's a part 1, number B type of question. First of all, practically speaking, how can young professionals be a part of making Springfield welcoming and a place where people feel like they belong? And then the second part is, how can the young professionals of Springfield be leaders in this effort? And we won't necessarily go one by one, just whoever wants to answer.
All right, I'll go first.
I don't know why everybody looked at me. That was terrifying.
Okay, what the first part was, I got the second part on leadership. What was the first part?
How can the people in this room and the people listening be a part of making this a place that's welcoming and a belonging place?
Yeah, I think it's really important that we continue to treat each other with respect and kindness. We live in a culture that is very, we have a hard time accepting other people's opinions, even if they are illegitimate. And I'm not saying that you need to accept someone's illegitimate, unsupported opinion, but what I am saying, if you are someone that demands that your perspective and your opinion and your point of view be welcome and that other people view it with an open mind, then you have to understand that you treating someone the way that you expect to be treated will be the key and the door to having even the remotest, slightest opportunity for them to be receptive to your message. I think that it's really important that anyone in this room that wants to be involved in seeing change learn how to use their discretion and their integrity to communicate with the world around them. Because we aren't going to bridge divides by yelling at people and telling them they've got to believe what we believe. There are some people that are beyond understanding and help. They're going to always think of things in a way that's not acceptable. There's nothing that I can do with that person, but I can do something with someone who maybe would be open-minded if I would just take the time to treat them with grace and kindness and respect and understanding. So I think for me that's a big thing that I focus on. Like if I'm having a conversation with someone and I really want them to understand why issues of diversity and inclusion are important, I have to first understand where they're coming from so that they in turn would want to respect and listen to me and understand where I'm coming from. As far as leadership, I think that people who want to be leaders or who can be leaders, that just jump in and get involved in anything. I mean, start with mentoring. You know, our young generation, they are the future of this community. And as an attorney and a mother and someone who's involved in many community activities, I still prioritize finding some time, somewhere, somehow in my busy schedule to mentor a young person, because I know that that is how I was given opportunities. It's how I learned to think beyond my limited understanding as a young person. And so that mentoring, I think, is a really, really important facet to helping our community grow and evolve.
Anyone else?
That was a perfect answer. I think the only thing that I would add to it is getting out of your comfort zone, continuing to do that, getting up and talking and telling your story even when it's difficult, reaching out to people that you have differences with, or maybe your beliefs don't totally line up. I think it's really important for us to be having those discussions.
Yeah, I think for me, when you're thinking about diversity and inclusion, which I know can usually feels like it's just race, and it's so much more than that. But if you're trying to think about like, oh, we want to be more diverse and more inclusive, maybe just pick one minority, like one aspect of that, and go hard after that. And trust that other people will pick other aspects of that diversity pie, basically. So like for me, I just recently started a podcast, and our target audience is Korean adoptees. Because I had not heard an adoptee story that wasn't about white people until I started figuring out that I was a Korean adoptee, basically. And so, like for me, like there are probably other things, like all adoptees are welcome to listen, all non-adoptees are welcome to listen, but I care really deeply about Korean adoptees, and making them feel seen is gonna go so much further. Like we talked about earlier, like you can relate to people, but when that particular, unique, special identity checkbox is checked, you're like, oh, I really deeply resonate with that. So if that's my target audience and somebody else's target audience is going to be like, well, I'm going to go after, queer people in Springfield or whatever that is, and making them feel welcome, then we can talk about that, and we have a seat at each other's tables. But it's also okay that we have separate tables, and in fact, the more tables, the better.
Yeah. What you all may not know is this was my audition to moderate the 2024 presidential debate. So please let me know how I did. Anyway, thank you all for being a part of this. Give our panelists a round of applause. As we welcome Jessica back to the stage. Thank you.
What a great presentation. Let's thank Daniel and our speakers one more time. Although we're not taking official breaks today, I do want to take a moment to thank our afternoon break sponsor, One Communications, and our charging station sponsor, Leadership Springfield. We do have some individually packaged snacks and drinks in the lobby, so please enjoy some refreshments or take a break in the charging station. Thank you, One Communications and Leadership Springfield. Let's give them a round of applause. And as we transition to our final mini session, I'd like to have you direct your attention to the screen for one last sponsor video.
Thanks again to our sponsors. We spent a lot of time, we started our day by talking about ways that we can grow Springfield. Our next mini session is focused on personal professional development, and it's titled Once Upon a Time in Springfield. We get to learn all about the power of storytelling and how to use storytelling to connect and persuade. We have two awesome guests here with us today. First, Logan Aguirre, president of 417 Magazine and the 2021 chair of the Springfield Area Chamber of Commerce, and Sarah Jenkins, senior copywriter for Mostly Serious. Please welcome me. Please welcome me. Yeah, thanks. Please join me in welcoming Sarah and Logan to the stage.
We can welcome you.
Yeah, please, thanks.
Please welcome Ryan. Thank you, Ryan. Great job.
Thank you.
Hi. We're excited to be here today to talk about storytelling. And as he said, I'm Logan Aguirre, publisher at 417.
Forgot for a split second that I had the clicker, so here we are. Oops, I advanced a little too far. It's already going really well. Hi, I'm Sarah Jenkins. I am senior copywriter at Mostly Serious, and I'm going to be talking for the first half of our time on how to use stories to inspire.
And I'm going to stand back here so I'm not awkwardly gazing at you. I'll just awkwardly gaze from back here. Okay.
She'll be back. I'm going to be sharing 3 storytelling lessons from sketch comedy. Fully aware that trying to be funny here in the mid-afternoon, there's a lot of pressure, but I've kind of decided to let myself off the hook because I've recognized I will never be as funny as Sean Monday. He was killing it up here. You were here, you saw it. But I'm excited to be here and share these lessons with you. I'm going to start out with a quote, like a lot of good presentations do. This one comes from E.B. White. Humor can be dissected as a frog can, but the thing dies in the process, and the innards are discouraging to any but the pure scientific mind. So E.B. White, in addition to giving us Charlotte's Web, gave us pithy quotes like this one. And it really just means if you try to overanalyze comedy, pretty quickly it stops being funny. So I recognize that's a risk I'm taking, and I'll really try not to harm any frogs in the process today. So as we talk about 3 lessons from sketch comedy, they'll be have a unique point of view, heighten the joke, and subvert expectations. Now, I chose this photo because if you look very closely, there's a tiny person in a red sweatshirt, and that's me from a past taping at the Mystery Hour. So it shows I'm putting these sketch writing skills to good use. And even though today this crowd is not as packed as that one, it's wonderful to be back on the Galois stage and here with all of you, and all of you at home. Okay, let's get started. Our first storytelling lesson is have a unique point of view. Now, when we're working on a sketch for the Mystery Hour, we've learned that this one is really important, and it's one of the first things we ask about a sketch or a character is, what's their point of view? And that's important because when you have a strong point of view in a sketch or in a story, it helps the audience to follow along and understand where you're going, so they're never confused, they're along for the ride with you. It also just simply helps with writing jokes, because you can ask questions like, what would this character do in this situation? Or what would they say? What do they like? What do they dislike? And thirdly, it makes sure that you are having an original take, that you're not at the risk of making the same exact joke of someone else, which is kind of the nightmare of a comedian, if you've chosen a point of view that is unique enough. So we're going to see examples of point of view in action through a couple of sketches from equally famous and well-known comedy shows, I would say. The first one from the Mystery Hour, you might have seen Instagram Husband. Now for this sketch, we started with the simple premise that people sure take a lot of photos and selfies on Instagram. That's something that everyone can agree, might have observed and thought was true. But it became unique and something that people thought was funny once we found the point of view of, what about the people who are taking the photos? What's their side of the story? So once we did that, we were able to build jokes and find the humor, and people seemed to like it. The second one then is from Key and Peele, and that is President Obama's anger translator, if anyone remembers that one. It kind of started with the basic premise of, wow, President Obama is very chill and calm in the face of intense pressure. But the unique point of view would be, what if his inner monologue could come to life and just go to the extreme of everything he wishes he could say? So that point of view gives us that sketch, and that gives us the funny. So speaking of extremes, takes us to our second point, which is heighten the joke. And to heighten the joke really just means that you take something that's funny, or you take an idea, and then you build and you build and you build on it all the way out to its extreme, ridiculous, furthest point. And that's a lot of comedy, is that it takes something that's kind of relatable or that we've seen before, and that just makes it more absurd than reality. And one technique you can use that is great for comedy, but then in general for generating ideas, is to ask the question, if this is true, then what else is true? This is true, then what else is? It helps you to build, and that gets you to heightening the joke. So for example, from Instagram husband, we might say, it's true that a lot of people take photos from this angle because it's flattering, you know. So if that's true, it might also be true that Jeff's gonna climb the side of a building, put himself in danger to take a photo. So here's a couple of more examples of heighten the joke in action. I made the fonts weird for comedy. But it's tiny, look, I love it. Okay, so heighten the joke. This first one is more cowbell from SNL, which we're probably mostly all familiar with. You may not realize, and I was shocked to learn, that it is 20 years old. So it's been around a while. I read that it's one of the first sketches that went viral even before the internet is what it is today. That people somehow, just the minute it happened, we all kind of seemed to know about it, and it stuck around. It's like a part of our American culture. So part of the reason that that might be true is because of Will Ferrell's performance that just heightens every time he gets up to play. It's crazier, it's funnier, that's what we remember. They probably began with a basic premise like that song, when you listen to it, there's an awful lot of cowbell. But then from that, they took that, and if that's true, what else might be true? And that is Will Ferrell just heightening that joke. Then the second one is from Portlandia. If you remember from a few years ago, put a bird on it. And that was based on the premise that hipsters like cute things, and we'll put cute things on cute things. So in this sketch, they're in a shop, and they just decide to put a bird on everything, from purses to mugs to, as you can see in the image, toast. And then by the very end, an actual real bird comes into the shop, starts destroying everything, and that really is heightened the joke just as far as it can go, and farther than you would expect it would ever go. So that leads to our third storytelling tactic, which is subvert expectations. So a key part of comedy is taking what the audience expects and then doing something different, or maybe even the opposite of what they expect. And doing so allows people to really remember what you say, to really be interested and want to learn more. It's one of the reasons that we laugh during horror movies. It's because something happens, it catches us off guard, and that surprise kind of leads to a release, and we find it funny, and we know we're going to be okay. So 2 ways that subvert expectations come to life are another couple of SNL sketches. If we all remember Matt Foley, motivational speaker. Now, he's really subverting our expectations in that SNL could have given us a sketch that's really about motivational speakers and that stereotype, and that could have been funny. But instead, they take everything we might expect about motivational speakers and just do the complete opposite. So he's awkward, he's loud, he's threatening, he's not very successful. As we know, he lives in a van down by the river. Thank you! You didn't let me down. So because of that, it is the heightening the joke of Chris Farley, left my brain for a minute, his performance, but it's also the fact that it's totally taking away our expectations and doing something new and different. This final one then is one of my favorites, Kristen Wiig, and it's from the sketch about the Lawrence Welk Show. They introduce all of these sisters in their lovely dresses who are pristine and very 50s and beautiful, and then once they've set up those expectations, along comes Denise, and she just changes everything with her tiny hands. She likes bubbles too, right? So we've had a quick comedy lesson. Now that we've done that, I'm going to take a moment to illustrate how these storytelling elements could come to life through a project I was a part of called SGFing Vote. Now, this came about in April 2017, around that election, and it was an effort to get more young professionals like yourselves and like me to care about elections, not just every 4 years, but anytime there's an opportunity to vote, we need to get out to the polls because local elections matter and the midterms matter. So we try to do something about that. And it began with a tweet from the network, if you can believe. We found the stat that the average voter in April elections in Greene County was 68 years old. The network tweeted this from some research the chamber had done, and then the news leader wrote an article, and a coworker of mine posted the article, and that is how it found its way to us in deciding, wow, that is unbelievable. We should do something about that. So we did. Now, the stat alone is convincing, it's kind of powerful. It got us to want to act. So we could have just shared this or retweeted it with like the word "this" as the only caption, as people do to try to make a point. We also could have just made a meme and shared that. But we didn't, and it's probably for the best. It's not the best meme, you're very polite. We also, given just the name and the hashtag alone, that got us some attention. The name SGFing Vote was a little provocative. Local news wouldn't say it out loud. They would let me. And then people also, we were so excited to see, really embraced the hashtag to share their sticker selfies after voting. And I like the one person who's sharing their bevy. They're really on the right side, really supporting America and celebrating it. Have to love that. So we had a name, we had a stat, we had a community of people who were interested and wanted to get on board. But it really started to take off when we had a story. So this is our story. This is Brenda. She graduated before you were born, but she's a good neighbor and she votes. And so should you. So Brenda, this beautiful stock photo lady, she became our mascot across Facebook and Twitter and kind of became the persona we embraced. So Brenda gave us a story. It started with the point of view. We knew our basic premise, just like in comedy, was more young people should vote. We thought that was true. But then we took the point of view of, well, what if we explore this through a boomer, like those people who are already voting? What would they say to people our age to try to convince us and make us realize we should participate as well? So then we heightened it by starting a Twitter account for Brenda to share different articles about voting, to respond to people who were talking about it. Because if it's true that she cares about America and cares about voting, it might also be true that she wants to encourage people our age to get involved. Could also be true that she's not the best at Twitter, but she tries, and that's what makes it fun with heightening the joke. And then finally, for subverting expectations, we tried to be careful to be playful without punching down. It's a comedy term that just means being mean, because Brenda's not the problem. Brenda's out voting. We just want people our age to get as passionate and excited about making their voice heard. So we made Brenda the hero. She's who you want to be like. And through doing that, we told our story. Now, I hope that as you go forth and have an issue that you care about or a cause that you get behind, or even just the next time you watch a comedy sketch, you can think about what you learned today and understand what went into it. But as you work on issues that you care about, there is a story within each one of them that could connect to people. But you don't have to take my word for it. I had to have a reading rainbow moment. Just to wrap up, these two books, if you're interested in comedy writers, how some of the shows and movies you love come to be, Poking a Dead Frog, which calls back to that quote from the beginning, and Here's the Kicker are two great books with interviews with actors and comedians. And then if you're interested in David S. Pumpkins, which was popular a couple years ago, Vulture has an oral history of how they pulled that off, and it's really amazing how SNL can really make a sketch happen in just a week. That's my time. I'm going to turn it over to Logan to talk about how to use stories to persuade.
Thank you, Sarah. I have to. Thank you. Oh, I love Sarah's presentation because it reminds me of all the fun things that we can laugh about. We need stuff like that right now. So Sarah talked about using stories to inspire, and I'm going to talk a little bit about how to use stories to persuade. So I want to talk a little bit about the history of 417. The magazine started 22 years ago, and this is a picture of my dad. He grew up in Springfield. He went to Reed. He went to Hillcrest, Evangel, eventually Mizzou Journalism School, and his career was in TV journalism. So we moved all around the world with his career, and then he landed a job back here in Springfield just as I was graduating and going off to college. So this is not my hometown. It's my adopted hometown, but it is his hometown. And when it was time for him to get out of the TV business, he had the opportunity to purchase 417, and it was really small and not in great shape. And my mom said, "That seems like a terrible idea." And my dad said, "I don't know, I think it sounds kind of fun." And they went for it, and that's just kind of how they work. But my grandparents had recently passed away, and they'd left my dad a little bit of money, and he felt like putting that into buying 417 magazine was really symbolic of giving something back. And he calls every issue of 417 that it's like writing a love letter to my hometown. So we have 22 years of love letters to show for why this is such a great place to live, work, and play. And we're really proud to be able to be the cheerleaders of 417 Land and tell that story and help spread that story. The magazine gets sent out as a recruitment tool all the time to show people who are thinking about coming here that there's a lot going on, and it's maybe bigger and better than they expected. So our criteria for a good story, is it here and now, is the first thing that we ask. So in something like the craft beer boom, that was very much a, oh my gosh, we have all these awesome microbrews opening up. Let's make sure our audience knows about it. Second, does it tell someone's story? So no matter what we're doing, our point of view, we're trying to find the story behind, or the person behind the story, and tell it through their lens. So in What Foodies Eat, instead of our editors telling you the best place to go and the best things to eat, we asked the best foodies in town, and they put us onto some stuff that we hadn't tried before. And finally, is it refrigerator worthy? So this means, do I want to cut it out and put it on my refrigerator and remember to do it later? So top 5 patios or the best local hikes. the list goes on and on and on. So we call that evergreen content, things that you keep your 417 around because you want to refer back to it later. So those are the 3 things we're looking for when we're trying to decide if this is a good story. So how could we apply that to each of us trying to tell our own Springfield love story or our love letter and explaining to other people why we love this place so much? You guys are all influential. You have friends here. You have friends far away. Maybe people that you're wanting them to rediscover Springfield that you went to college with, or maybe you're recruiting someone from your business and you want to work on your SGF love letter. So thinking, is it here and now? Does it tell your story? And is it something someone can act on? So I'll give you my SGF love letter. Is it here and now? The number one thing I love about living here that you can't do in a lot of other places is I can be at the lake in less than an hour. And this, I did not grow up going to a lake. That wasn't part of my childhood at all. It's something I discovered when I moved here. And I discovered that my blood pressure just starts dropping the second I get a peek of the lake, and it's just very calming. And that is something that is here and now that I can't do in a lot of other cities. My story about why I love the lake so much is about the time I get to spend with the people I love the most. There's a lot of distractions when we're at home. There's a lot of things that compete for our attention. But if we're out on the lake, it's electronic free. We don't allow phones. And it's a chance to connect with our family outside, surrounded by the beautiful Ozarks. So when I tell you my story about why I love the lake, that gives you a little peek into who I am and my values, and that helps me connect with you. Maybe you also have kids, or maybe you're also looking for ways to unplug, or maybe you have a way that your family unplugs that you tell me about, and now we're helping make a connection through our stories. And finally, can someone act on it? So I could tell you about my son's favorite fishing cove where he swears he always catches a fish, or the very best place to tube with the flattest water, or our favorite divey tiki bar where the sign says, if you're not having fun, lower your expectations. And how I would love to tell you about all of these places because they're all things that you could act on. And our final unwritten rule is, does it surprise? Very similar to Sarah's rule. And that is, at the end, I could say something like, I'd love for your family to join us next Sunday so you can see why we love it so much. Or, I really hope you check out the lake and let me know when you're going. I'll text you all the best places to go so that you can enjoy it the way we enjoy it. So those are some ideas on how you could create your own SGF love letter to help persuade someone to see Springfield through the lens that you see it through. So, in conclusion, from sketch comedy.
Yes, we've learned that good stories and good ideas can have a unique point of view. They can heighten the joke and really build on it, and also subvert expectations, find a way to surprise.
So very similar to telling a story in a magazine or your own personal story, make it here and now, tell your story or someone else's, make it actionable, and if you can make it surprise, even better. So we hope you're ready to inspire and persuade, whether it's a community issue like Sarah referred to, or just telling your own personal story. We hope you've given you a couple things to think about.
The end, like any good story. Thank you.
What a wonderful presentation. Let's give Sarah and Logan one more round of applause. And before we introduce our final keynote speaker, we want to direct your attention to the screen one more time for a video recognizing our annual program sponsors. These sponsors help to make all of our regular events possible, and so we want to take an opportunity to thank them. Thank you so much to our annual sponsors. We couldn't do this without you. Well, it's hard to believe that it's already time for our final keynote speaker. So let's take a minute to thank our closing session keynote sponsor, Guarantee Bank. Let's give them a hand. Our final keynote speaker today is Beth Silvers with Pantsuit Politics, and she'll be talking to us about creating a culture that supports a mosaic of perspectives and techniques for soliciting and communicating professional disagreement that enhances decision-making. Beth Silvers owns and operates Checking In with Beth Silvers, a life and business coaching practice. She has been recognized as one of Ohio's most powerful and influential women by the Ohio Diversity Council, a human resources game changer by Workforce Magazine, and one of Cincinnati's 40 Under 40 business leaders. Beth lives in Union with her husband, Chad, daughters Jane and Ellen, and a miniature schnauzer, Lucy. She loves people, politics, poetry, and watermelon. So please welcome Beth Silvers joining us virtually.
Hello, it's so nice to be with you today. I wish that I could be there in Springfield. Instead, I'm joining you from my bedroom in Union, Kentucky, which is right outside of Cincinnati, Ohio. And I hope that you have a chance to visit here someday because there's a very exciting water tower at my exit that says Florence, y'all. It's just the highlight of where I live. So I'm going to talk to you today about thriving through disagreement. And I want to recognize from the outset that that is not happening in many places right now in our country, in our organizations, in our businesses, in our schools. And I've tried to bring a little bit of levity by enlisting some help from my friends at Schitt's Creek because I think 2020 really needs a little bit of levity. But I do want to acknowledge the really serious suffering that's happening because we are not thriving in disagreement right now in our country. And so I hope that the tools that we talk about today can apply to the civic sphere, to your businesses and organizations. Hopefully we have some tips that help in personal lives. Because whether we're talking about politics or business strategy or how we parent and love one another, we really do need to make more space in our country for varying perspectives and harness the power of those perspectives. I understand that your theme for this conference has been this idea of a mosaic. And when we bring all of those pieces together, there is going to be some tension and some awkwardness and some irreconcilable differences. And also lots of really good information that helps us work more collaboratively and make better choices. So let's talk about what our goals are today. First, we want to just recognize that disagreement is powerful instead of a hindrance. We want to consider why we avoid it so significantly, and we want to understand that not avoiding it, that actually engaging in healthy conflict is kind. And finally, we want to develop a method for working through that conflict. Whenever I speak to a group of people, I'm aware that time is like this incredibly scarce, precious resource that we have. So I really hope that you'll leave today with some concrete, actionable tools that you can apply right away. Okay, so let's start with the first principle, that disagreement is inevitable and it is important. We talk a lot in organizations about hoping for more diversity, more inclusion, greater equity. And I think that we say that without understanding that it means we really have to make room for a variety of perspectives and for some very hard truths to be told to each other. And if we can just kind of open with the premise that that's good, that we need that we miss something when we don't have it, that when hard truths aren't being communicated, it's not that they don't exist anymore, it's just that we aren't digging into them and understanding them and learning from them. So beginning from the premise that you want disagreement matters. Now, I don't know how many of you all feel like a walking complaint department in your organization. If you do, I want to encourage you that I think that means you're doing a lot of things right. I also think it requires building some skills to have that not be exhausting. So an example that I like to offer, and if I could see you in person, I have a feeling I know what the room would look like, but have you experienced like somebody knocking on your door and saying, "Do you have a minute?" And what they mean is, do you have an hour? And I'm going to like lay the burdens of my life at your feet. You know, it can be very disruptive to have that kind of constant complaining happening, or for you to feel like the person where people come to bear their soul. But when you learn how to channel that, so not do you have a minute? Well, I have 7 minutes before I have another meeting. Is that enough time? If it's not enough time, what you have to say is important to me, but let's schedule a time to talk about it. And getting into those conversations, really hearing people out and knowing how to end, which we'll talk about in a second, because I think that's the hardest thing. How do you get out of that discussion once you've had the productive opportunity to hear somebody out, is important. But I do want to commend you if you're a person who's hearing from people about things that are going wrong for them. There's a real, I think, destructive mindset running through our society right now that anyone raising an issue is a complainer and that complaining is unhelpful. And the truth is, if people aren't complaining, they are just silently resenting what's happening around them, because people are people and they're always going to have things that bug them. So surfacing what is bugging people is important. Also, if you're in a leadership position and you're not hearing that disagreement in meetings, you know, we need to think about what kind of climate is being created. We want to reward people for disruptive thoughts in meetings. We want to reward people for questioning the driving thesis going on in a meeting. So really like trying to unearth it, to see that mosaic at all times is valuable. And you're going to be losing something critical if you're not getting it. So let's talk about the avoidance. We are in so many places right now substituting short-term comfort for long-term dysfunction. There are so many places where people feel unheard, so they shut down. And in the long run, we've either lost their productivity or we've lost their talent and contribution. Sometimes we've lost our capacity to communicate with them in any meaningful way. So when I think about the civic sphere, I look at the fact that we are living in separate facts based on media environments. I think that's because we've avoided some short-term conflicts and taken the long-term dysfunction. But you see this in organizations too, especially in generational differences in the workplace, where we've avoided some conflict and then over time we have a real breakdown between people. You see it in organizations where there's kind of a survivor thing going on, where people are doing alliances and they're like team this person or team that person. It's really unhealthy. And it gets to a point where everybody knows it's really unhealthy, but they don't know what to do about it. And once you're that far in, your options are more limited than when you just surface that conflict quickly and work through it. And that really leads me to the next thing I want to share with you, which is that avoiding this conflict has allowed our healthy conflict muscles to atrophy. Sarah, my co-host, and I wrote a book called I Think You're Wrong, But I'm Listening. And we opened the book by saying that we were taught as children not to talk about things that make people uncomfortable. And when you're not making people uncomfortable, you lose the capacity. It's a skill to make people uncomfortable in ways that benefit them and you. And I think that's what's happening on a really broad scale right now. That it's not that we don't talk enough about politics. We talk way too much about politics sometimes, but we're not talking about it in spaces where our views are challenged in any meaningful way, or where we're able to have an actual exchange of ideas. And I see this in businesses all the time. I work with a variety of types of businesses, different industries, the nonprofit sector, the for-profit sector, professional services. And you can see, even with like lawyers who are trained in conflict, internally, there tends to be an inability and an unwillingness to dive into conflict with one another directly. So people can behave really passive aggressively, or issues don't get resolved, or everything gets deferred to hierarchy. So it's just, yes, I feel this way, I see this problem or this issue, but these are the people in charge. So what are you going to do? And that's just a real recipe for an organization that's going to lag in the marketplace over time and eventually become irrelevant when they're not hearing all of the perspectives and sorting through them and confronting them. So we have lost our disagreement muscles, and we need to exercise. We need to get back to constantly practicing conversation that is difficult. I have this theory about life that most of us are not getting enough sleep, we're not getting loved enough, and we're not saying hard things often enough to one another. And I think that hard things, I think all those are related, but saying hard things will really help the other two start to fall into place, because it is stressful to hold on to what is unsaid. Our relationships are disrupted by what is unsaid. And truly, once you realize I am willing to feel the discomfort of communicating really difficult things to the people around me, it gets easier every time. It never gets completely easy, but it gets better over time. So I want to advocate for a way to exercise those muscles and then tell you about how I try to do that. So to warm up, if we're thinking about this exercise metaphor, we have to get really clear about our goals. And this is where, again, our short-term and long-term thinking collide. And I want to advocate that most of the time in our businesses and organizations and relationships, we need to be focused on the long-term relationship over the short-term issue. Now, even the short-term issues can be really critically important sometimes. And I'm not suggesting that we ever back away from something that even in the short term matters a lot. But I do think we need to understand that we don't solve major issues in one conversation. You've probably rarely had one meeting where something really important to your organization got resolved. We tend to think of hard conversations that way, though. If I have a breakdown in trust with a coworker, I'm going to have like this big talk and like summon my resolve and sit down, and we're really going to sort this out and everything's going to change. People don't work that way. Same thing politically. We're not going to have like the talk about politics and someone's going to completely flip on where they've been their entire lives. Because most of what's difficult between us as people is a result of long established patterns. And so knowing that going into a conversation is important. And that way we can get out of the mode of, I must persuade this person, or I must allow them to persuade me so that we can work through this, or I must solve this problem eternally. Then we can take some pressure off and know that I'm going into this conversation to build trust. I'm going into this conversation to enhance my understanding of this person, my understanding of myself, and there will be another conversation. Okay, so then we actually get into it. And it's really frustrating to have to give you this advice because I know it's unpleasant advice. But the truth is, if you want to be someone who's able to communicate difficult truth, you have to be a consumer before you can be a distributor. So building trust with other people requires us to sink into our chairs comfortably and be ready to listen a lot. And listen curiously, open-heartedly. I don't think neutrally is really possible, but taking as neutral of a posture as we can. I did HR work for a number of years, and I was that complaint department for sure. And I had tons of those conversations where someone came in to unload on me. And here's the truth, often they were unloading on me, and I would think, what planet are you on? I do not understand where you're coming from at all. This so lacks perspective, or this is so petty, or whatever, right? A lot of judgment going on in my head as I'm listening to someone. And I tried to develop a posture where I understood that I could listen to someone and allow them to feel really heard without agreeing with them or disagreeing with them. So remembering that I am not going to always have to be in a thumbs down or thumbs up position to be a good recipient of difficult information. So listening. Also protecting myself in the process of listening. So maybe some of you have had the experience where someone is sharing something difficult with you, but they're doing it in a really unkind and unprofessional way. I'm not saying roll over to that. Here is a technique that works really well, and I don't know why, but I've replicated it successfully hundreds of times now, so I feel pretty good about it. When someone comes in really hot, it always helps me to say, do you mind if I make some notes while you're talking? Because what you're saying is important to me. I just want to make sure that I really understand it. So I'm just going to take a few notes. And something about the act of like getting out some paper and writing things down seems to just take the temperature down a few degrees. I don't know if it reminds people, for example, that we're at work and we should act like professionals while we're at work, or causes them to think I should say something worth writing down instead of just venting. If you're on the phone with someone or on Zoom, as we all spend like so many of our days now, I will say to people, if you hear me typing, it's just because I'm making some notes. I'm not rudely checking my email or Twitter over here. I'm just taking some notes down while we're talking. That really seems to help people center themselves and find a healthier way to discuss whatever the problem is with you. So taking care of yourself in the process, but really listening. The next thing I want to share with you about these conversations is that I'm always in search of a better question. Because what we're looking for in tough discussions where everybody feels emotional or really invested in the outcome is space to work with each other, space to find some common ground where it might exist, or just space around the ideas so that we can see them more clearly and figure out which way we're going. So if you get stuck and you really have no idea what to say, asking questions is a great way to move forward. Or just saying, can you say more about that? When I hear someone saying something that I think is truly bananas, I will always just say, that is so interesting. Can you say more about that? And I don't even have to formulate a good question. I just let them keep going until something occurs to me that could be fruitful. If I hear somebody say something that I think is a really good point that I've never considered and it leaves me a little flat-footed, I just say, can you say more about that? I've never heard that before. I need a minute to think about it, and it would help me to hear more context from you. Having those phrases at your disposal that you know, this is my go-to, and it's not to be inauthentic, it's just to be prepared. Because often a conversation is aided in its tension by our kind of anxiety about what we're supposed to say next. So if I know I have something to say next, and something neutral and something that communicates interest and respect, then you can let some of that pressure off as well. Additionally, I think when you're looking for good questions to help move a conversation forward, zooming in or out is really important. So most of us tend to speak in either very broad generalities, well, everybody thinks this, or it's always like that, or we would never do whatever. That's one category of speaker. Or in such particulars that it's hard to get them out of the moment that we're in. And so if you're dealing with the person who is stuck in the moment, you can say something like, wow, I really get how that is affecting you and your workload. Can we talk about the whole department now? Or can we talk about how this piece of work fits into the larger project? And if you can get them to zoom out a little bit, then you might hear something new or find a new place to take the discussion. The person who's always speaking in generalities, you want to do the opposite, right? Really zoom in. Hey, I hear you saying that this never happens. I want to give you a couple of examples of situations that I can think of where it could be relevant to see what you think. So again, not trying to argue, debate, not trying to interrogate people, but using questions as a way to make a little bit more room around what's happening can be helpful. And then you listen some more, and you listen curiously and open-heartedly. And when it's time, you can share. Sometimes it's not going to be time for you to share in the first conversation, or maybe even the second or the third. And one thing I want to offer you as professionals is permission to wait to respond until you've had a chance to think about things. It is game-changing to know that you are allowed and often wise to end a conversation without having offered an opinion. So especially in sort of the business context, you're debating an idea, someone has made a proposal that you don't like or don't understand or think is just completely off. You have this kind of conversation, you hear a little bit more. It's good to say, you know, I want to sleep on this, and I'd like to think about it a little bit more. Can we talk again tomorrow? Somebody comes to you to complain about lots of things. You've listened, you've asked questions, you still think this is totally off base. What am I going to do about it? And you need some time to get words under you to communicate with the person that you're not going to be able to do anything. Just take a break. That's fine. And so much kinder than trying to react in the moment without feeling good about the way you're going to communicate. I also think it's good when you feel really stuck in one of those conversations, to be able to ask the person what they're looking for. I've had a lot of conversations, I don't know about you, where I've listened and listened and listened and thought, like, why are you telling me this? Like, I can't do anything about what you're sharing, or no one can do anything about what you're sharing. You're just mad at life, right? You're just mad at a fact of a thing that exists. So in those conversations, once I've listened and asked enough questions to discern that really is what's going on, sometimes I'll say, what could I do to help you with this right now? And then I wait. And often what I will hear back is, nothing. I just needed to vent. And then I can say, do you feel like you have done that? Do you feel better? Yeah, I think so. Awesome. Have a great Thursday. And we can all move on with our lives. I think most people are pretty honest when they're asked that question about what the limitations are. And it's a good way to help give someone who's kind of stuck in their own heat some empathy too, to say, like, what is it that you need from me on this topic? So when it's time to share, sometimes asking for permission to share is a good idea. So if you're in a setting where, let's say you are the person with less power in the discussion. An example that I talk about often is that when I was working in HR in a large law firm, a very senior partner took me out to lunch to explain to me his theory of why women lawyers left the profession pretty early in their careers. And he spoke and spoke and spoke during this lunch, almost 2 hours of just kind of a filibuster on his theory of why women lawyers were leaving the profession. And I listened and I asked some questions and I ate my Caesar salad. And then when he finally stopped and I felt like he had said what he wanted to say, I said to him, are you interested in my perspective on this? And I mean, he really couldn't say no. It would have been very rude after I'd listened for 2 hours. But he said, sure. And I think just that I asked before I came back made it feel less like an argument, because I did have very serious disagreement with much of what he had communicated. But something about that act of saying, like, did you want to just tell me this, or do you want to have a conversation? Built some trust. And that's, again, what we're always seeking to do, building some trust so that we can have the next conversation and the next, and eventually get to some action that we can all be aligned on. And you just have to do that over and over again. It's an enormous exercise in patience, but it makes us better human beings, I think. And that leads me to my next point, which is that we get stronger through this process by giving some grace to ourselves and to our colleagues. And what I mean by that is sometimes taking that extra time that we need. It's sometimes being really vulnerable in the conversation and just saying, I don't really know what to say right now. I'm kind of at a loss, or I'm really feeling emotional and worn down, and I would like to come back to this later. And I don't think there is anything weak about that. Anytime we're having a discussion with someone else, there are really two things going on at one time, at least two things going on at one time. The first thing is we're having the discussion about the thing, whatever the subject is, the project, the proposal, the workload, the complaint, the policy, whatever it is, we're talking about the thing. But there is that layer of what's going on with the relationship happening at the same time. And I think there's an element of grace in just verbalizing that layer occasionally. I've had to fire an unfortunately high number of people in my career. And I have found that whenever I have to have a discussion like that, talking about that second layer really helps. So saying things like, this is going to be a really difficult conversation. I just want to acknowledge that. And as it goes on, hey, I know that this is tough, that it is anxiety producing, and it's probably best for both of us to wrap this conversation up quickly because there's really not a lot to discuss. I'm communicating a decision that's been made. I have so much respect for you. I want to limit the amount of time that we have to sit here uncomfortably in this space. When we're talking politics, it helps a lot to say things like, I'm feeling myself getting mad, and I probably just need to take a walk because I don't think I'm getting mad because of you. I think I'm getting mad because of lots of things, and I need a minute. Or, hey, it seems like I'm making you really uncomfortable right now. Do you need a minute? Should we talk about this again later? I value our relationship, so I want to be careful with how we talk about this. So I think there's grace in verbalizing what's going on emotionally, verbalizing what's going on in the room. And I think there's a lot of grace for ourselves in recognizing I've got to get out of this sometimes. I also want to say so strongly to you as professionals that getting out of it also means getting it out of your head sometimes. The hardest conversations that take place in the workplace for me ended up haunting my thoughts constantly. Like I would just ruminate all the time on what was going on with a difficult partner or a difficult client. I would just rehearse that conversation over, replay it. What should I have said, or plan for the next one? I have acted out more work scenes in my head than I care to admit. And so I have really worked on that grace in the sense of allowing myself sometimes to not think about it anymore, even when it's really important. One practice that I use around this is like, I worked for a partner named Tim for a long time who was exceptionally difficult and who occupied a lot of space in my head. And so I would say to myself, like, Tim is not invited to my yoga mat, or Tim is not invited to dinner with my family. Tim is not invited to my podcast listening in my car. And really working on some discipline and some containment around these discussions. I think that's where some of the grace is as well. Okay, so as we develop these muscles, then we start learning to get comfortable with discomfort. And again, I think labeling that discomfort really helps. The more you're able to speak out the dynamics of a conversation, the easier it gets. I also think there is like a physical feeling that accompanies knowing that you can handle a tough conversation. I give a talk sometimes about how to fire people. And one of my rules on that is just simply don't be weird. And I always tell people, like, this is a very technical term, don't be weird. But what I mean is you have to find that space in your body where you've told yourself, whatever happens, I'm going to walk out of this room the same person who came into it. I am still important to this workplace. I am still loved by my family. I'm still going to be able to watch Ted Lasso tonight or whatever. I'm going to make it through this. And once you get that feeling and you just like can sit in it, then just about any conversation you can go in and handle really well. And the more you learn to cultivate that physical feeling of I'm okay, the more everyone around you is going to relax. And that's what I mean about conflict being kind. I think a lot of the unkind dynamics that persist in organizations come from people being exceptionally tense within themselves and spreading that tension to everyone around them. And the more, it feels so good to be around someone who's comfortable with themselves, right? You're attracted to that person, you want to spend more time with them, and it gives you confidence yourself. There's something generous about being okay in a tough moment. And so I think cultivating that spirit of generosity around your own comfort in those tough moments is really valuable. And it will take your career to new heights. To be able to sit in a meeting and criticize an idea that everyone is loving or poke holes in it, to be able to sit in a meeting and say, hey, I understand the spirit in which we're discussing this and I am on board with that spirit. I think we're missing something really essential here. That matters a lot. And that specifically matters if you're a person who has some power in an organization and you're speaking on behalf of people who are underrepresented or who don't have power in the organization. Your capacity to comfortably say to decision makers, we're leaving a category of people behind here. Or we're talking about this in a way that I think if our colleagues could hear, they might feel disrespected. And I think we need to sit with that for a moment. I don't think that's what we're intending to do, but it's happening. And I think we need to name it and talk about it and account for it. If you can be chill in your physical body as you say those types of things, everybody else can relax a little bit too, and the conversation will be much more fruitful. This is a practice. It is not a one-time deal. You have to do it all the time. I suggest starting at home. So my husband and I have a perpetual fight over our dishwasher. He believes he's a dishwasher loading expert. I don't think there is such a thing and just want the dishes to go in and be clean. And what we've realized is that often when he is telling me how to load the dishwasher and I am resisting that, I'm having a conversation about respect, and he's having a conversation about the dishwasher. And that's a fight that's going to happen in our marriage until one or both of us passes on. So it's a little joke now for us. And this is a place where we practice healthy conflict because we're able to name, oh, we're doing the, we're doing the thing again. I know you don't like for me to tell you what to do. No, I do not like you to tell me what to do. I know you're just trying to help me load the dishwasher efficiently. And it builds a little bit of muscle memory for our marriage, yes, but it's muscle memory that I take a lot of places in the world with me. I talk about politics on the internet as a woman every single day. There's a lot of conflict that comes my way. And those little dishwasher incidents follow me into that conflict because it helps me have more self-awareness. Oh, I feel attacked by this email from someone I've never met. I'm feeling disrespected by someone who doesn't know me. That's not very helpful to either of us. They're talking about this thing and I'm internalizing it in a really personal way. Same thing in the workplace, understanding everybody has patterns and grooves that they keep mining. If I can step out of mine enough to see where I'm just repeating a behavior that's never been helpful to me, or I'm feeding into a dynamic in the workplace that's helpful to absolutely no one, that's really important. I also think practice allows us, and this is kind of my next point, this practice is really good for us because I think this practice helps us identify drama. I don't know if any of you are familiar with the triangle of drama in organizations. The theory goes that there are 3 ways that you can facilitate drama in a group of people. You can act like an aggressor, you can act like a victim, and you can act like a hero. And all 3 of those roles contribute to drama in the workplace. Now, I want to be careful about how I say this because some people truly are victims in the workplace, and I don't want to minimize that. So it's not, again, I think complaints are important. It's important for people to surface what's going wrong. There is a version of victimhood in the workplace where someone is actually not a victim. They are just projecting something into the situation that isn't there and it's unhealthy. But there are real victims in the workplace, and I want to acknowledge that. Most of us, I find, especially in my coaching work, insert drama into the workplace by trying to be a hero, right? We cross boundaries by trying to swoop into situations where we do not have enough information, and we make a decision that we believe is benevolent, but that does not take everyone into account around us. So when you practice this kind of healthy conflict, and you're very good at spotting these things in other people, you will get better at spotting them in yourselves as well. And you'll be able to name it and discuss it, sometimes apologize for it when that's due, and move on. I think the hardest part, I'm going to refer to this as the cool down of our exercise, is getting out of these discussions. Getting out can be really tricky. So as I said earlier, sometimes we're pausing a discussion that's going to continue. Hey, thank you so much for talking with me about this. I learned a lot. I want to think about it some more. Let's talk again soon. This is a political conversation. You can just say, hey, I'm really glad we discussed this. Let's come back to it someday. But right now, let's talk about the soccer game. Sometimes we're moving on, and this I think is really important in business because often there will not be a middle ground. There shouldn't be. I think we hinder ourselves in our businesses sometimes by compromising too much. So sometimes we're making a decision, we're resolving this conflict by picking a side and going with it. And you really need to be able to do that. In an early one of his Amazon employee letters, Jeff Bezos, who I do not try to quote often, said, you have to be able to disagree and commit. And I think that's such a good philosophy. We have the meeting, we air out everything. People are rewarded for poking those holes and bringing up those different ideas and injecting that healthy conflict into the discussion. But then once a decision is made, and we want to identify who the decision maker is and know our role in the process, once a decision is made, we're all on board, we're all in. If we can't be all in, then we have to think about what that means for us and our future with an organization, depending on the size of the decision. And the way I think about that is if I'm in an organization that has made a choice, and that choice is fundamental to its mission, and I am aligned with that mission, but not with the choice, that's something that I can live with. An example might be dress code stuff. I talk to so many people who are furious about dress codes, and I understand it. If an organization's mission is to really make its clients feel understood by mirroring those clients in a variety of respects, and a dress code decision is made that I disagree with because it mirrors the clients, so those things are aligned and I'm aligned with the mission but not the tactic, then I have to roll with that. If an organization makes a decision that has nothing to do with its mission and I'm not aligned with it and it severely impacts me, then I need to have a conversation about that and see if I can redirect the organization to something closer to the mission. That's the one I try to change. If an organization makes a decision, it's aligned with its mission, and both of those things are real problems for me, that's when I need to start thinking about my future and whether I belong there. But most of the time, disagree and commit is a great skill. And when we commit, that means we hope to be proven wrong. Being proven wrong is not the worst thing that can happen. I'm proven wrong constantly in what I do, and it builds a lot of resilience and a lot of comfort with being uncomfortable, for sure. And again, it really disarms people when you're comfortable being wrong and builds a ton of trust. So that's part of it. We can do all of these things graciously, and I think the most gracious practice that we can bring into exiting a discussion is to say again, thank you. Thank you for talking with me. Thank you for sharing this hard thing with me that you shared. Thank you for disagreeing with me. You really pushed my thinking. I heard you and I am really struggling with what you said, but I value the fact that you said it to me. I really respect that. As you go through this practice, again, I just want to underscore the importance of being careful with yourself. So sometimes being careful looks like really taking a breath and saying, am I the best person to have this conversation? Am I the only person to have this conversation? Should somebody else be here? Am I stepping into a role that's not mine to step in? Is this the right time for the discussion? Not just for the person, although we don't consider that often enough, but also for me. Am I stressed? Am I in the middle of too many things? Can I not give this the attention that it's due? I really recommend that when you're going to talk to somebody hard about something that's hard at work, you give yourself some time to prepare and some time to decompress. And if you don't have that in the calendar, then you need to pick a different time for the discussion. Do I need a break? Do I need backup? Do I have all the information that I need before I go into this conversation? Are there things that I could be doing without making assumptions about the other person? But are there things that I could be doing to learn more before I go in here? Do I have some questions at the ready? What else might I need? Because the process of being a person in the world is harder than it should be. And engaging in conflict in a society that's really bad at it is also hard. And look, when you start doing this, it's not like confetti falls from the sky. It can make you feel like a person who is a little bit distanced from your colleagues to be able to do this well. I'll give you an example. When I first came into HR, I started being copied on these just forever long email strings, like between departments where people were angry at each other and sort of passing an issue back and forth. And it would just go on and on and on and on. And I would get copied in by someone who I guess wanted me to come in and referee or to see how terrible somebody else was being. And I realized the best tactic for me to take when that happened would be to come in and say, hi, everybody. I have read the string here. Looks to me like if Paige and Josh will connect offline about this, they could probably solve this problem and just let the rest of us know how it turned out. So Paige and Josh, could you all just have a conversation in person or on the phone and get back to us on Friday about the resolution? Thank you so much. And I think people thought that I was pretty abrasive for handling it that way at the beginning, but it is a welcome type of abrasiveness in many quarters, because a lot of us are just sitting around waiting for somebody to be a leader and to take some of that flack for being a leader. And then you do feel like, okay, I can trust this person to make a call and stick with it and own it, put her face on it, and allow us all to move on. So I hope that you can keep getting stronger through this process, practice these conversations, be gentle with yourself in the process, but keep getting back in there because it will make you really good at what you do. And eventually you will have built a lot of trust and be someone whose voice people feel is critical to what's going on. Whatever the problem is, because this skill is so rare, when you have it, you will be in high demand. And I so appreciate your time and attention today. I know that when you're at the end of a conference, it's a little bit rough to sit through that last presentation. So thank you for hanging in with me. I hope you'll stay in touch. You're welcome to email me with any questions at any time. And have a lovely Thursday.
Beth, thanks so much for joining us from your bedroom. A phrase I never, ever thought I would issue, say on the stage of a big theater with a bunch of people really spread out. But thanks so much, Beth, for joining us. And thanks to our sponsors. I don't know about you guys. I think this has been an awesome day. So let's thank Beth once more if she can still hear us. And they're going to have to help me out because I walked off without the clicker. So. This is how live TV is made, folks. Before we talk about our after party, we want to thank our sponsors one more time. Once again, City of Springfield, second year in a row sponsoring the SGForum. We thank them so much for investing in us so that we can invest back in them. So let's have a round of applause for our presenting sponsor. We've got many other sponsors. We're getting ready to talk about our after party, sponsored by Paul Mueller, BKD CPAs and Advisors, City Utilities, Paragon Architecture, SpringNet, Old Missouri Bank, who sponsored our opening session today with Jason Roberts, Guarantee Bank, who just sponsored Best Silvers, our afternoon break and the snacks that you got by One Communications, our swag sponsors and those cool bags, Inner Circle Vodka Bar and Strategic Financial Concepts, and our charging station by Leadership Springfield. Let's give them all a round of applause as well. Jessica and I also want to give one other special thank you. This event goes off because of a ton of work by people who are not Jessica and I. We are thrilled to participate. But our chamber staff, and specifically Katie Jones, the Chamber's Talent Retention Coordinator, put in a ton of work to make this happen and make a great event. And so I want to thank them, and I'd like Katie to step out here and wave so we can clap for her. And thank them for making it a great day. We also want to thank our corporate sponsors who paid for your tickets to be here today, and for all the bosses out there who are we have over 400 people joining us online right now. And so for all of the business sponsors who have invested in this event and have invested in letting their YPs spend the afternoon with us to get fired up about Springfield, we say thank you for that as well.
And we want to thank you for joining us for the network's second annual YP Summit. Whether you're with us in person or on the other side of the screen, we're so glad you joined us. And if you're not part of the network, we would love to have you. So please head over to thenetworkspringfield.com for more information on joining. And now for the after party. We can't wait to host this. It can't be in normal circumstances, but we want to thank our after party sponsor, Paul Mueller Company. So please enjoy a brief video from fellow YP, Rebecca Sin, Customer Service and Repair Coordinator at Paul Mueller Company.
On behalf of the Paul Mueller Company, we would like to thank you for attending the second annual SGForum. As a company that has been in the Springfield area for 80 years, we recognize and value the contributions of young professionals in our business and community. Since the establishment of our entrepreneurial business in 1940, Mueller has grown to become a global headquarters to create solutions for processing companies throughout the world. This would not be possible without a talented workforce that the Springfield area provides. If you've ever filled a prescription, taken your child for a vaccine, enjoyed a cold beer on a hot afternoon, shared a glass of wine with friends, bought salt, sour cream, or a carton of milk, then you've likely used our products. We make the processing equipment that makes all of this possible. It is our goal as a global company to make an impact in our city and world. Currently, Paul Mueller Company is working with companies that are on the front line developing a vaccine for COVID. Companies that are revolutionizing our world's plant-based food alternatives and providing the capability for children in third world countries to enjoy a cold glass of milk for the first time. In order to make our contributions to the global community and market, we recognize that the development of our community and young professionals locally is paramount not only to our own personal successes, but also the successes of the local and global community. We have found Springfield to be one of the best places to grow and thrive in one's business and career. Globally, Paul Mueller Company employs about 1,000 people and has facilities in Iowa, the Netherlands, and Vietnam. Our headquarters in Springfield employs over 600 of these employees seeking to make a difference in the world. For Springfield to continue its tradition of excellence and continue to grow, we need community members that are vested in the area and are dedicated to making Springfield even better for the next generation. We believe that programs like the Network and SGForum help generate and grow the young leaders to better Springfields. We are proud to sponsor this event. Thank you for your attendance, and we hope you enjoyed the SGForum. We'll see you next year.
Let's hear it for Paul Mueller Company. For those of you that are joining us in person, feel free to stick around and network with your fellow YPs while remaining socially distanced in the theater. You can hang out until around 5 o'clock, and as you exit, please be sure to grab a charcuterie box from Springfield Charcuterie. And for those joining virtually, we don't want you to miss out on the fun. So if you're a member of the network, you should have received a Zoom via email this morning.
If not, you can find it on the SGForum event page. You'll get to go into breakout rooms and network with those who joined virtually and talk about what you learned and what you enjoyed about today. With that, we're going to wrap up the SGForum for 2020. We hope you will join us right back here at the Galois Theater for the SGForum in 2021 on June 11th. As a moment of personal privilege, I think when I love this day so much because it's an awesome time to just celebrate Springfield. And when I heard Sean Monday say, bet on Springfield, that would be my words of encouragement today is, bet on Springfield. Bet on the businesses who invest in here, that invest here. Bet on your fellow YPs who are making this the place where they want to live, work, and play. I think we heard about how it's important to bet on someone who might look or think differently than you do. And most importantly, just bet on this community that cares, because this is an awesome place to be. Thank you so much for being here in person. Thank you to all of you who are here online. Have a great week. Have a happy holiday, and we'll see you guys soon. Stay well.